The Cherry Creek School District is seeking great people who care about kids to join its dedicated team of bus drivers. No CDL? No problem. Take advantage of paid training with benefits in a supportive and fun work environment. Starting pay at $24.39 an hour with excellent benefits. Feel good about what you do by helping provide safe, reliable transportation for Colorado kids. Apply now at cherrycreekschools.org.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The
Got a ton to get to on the program today, Cease. The Avalanche wrap up 2 of their 3 regular season goals last night. The Nuggets don't look now, but they officially control their own destiny for the 3 seed. And the Rockies might be sneaky hot. My friend plus Boseboard as usual. What up, Cease?
Hey, everybody. Hey, revenge last night for the Avs or no? Because I had a hard time saying that yesterday. Like, they've got revenge on their mind. Nah, not really. They've got winning on their mind, and that's what they did. I didn't see, even though this team hasn't lost a series this year, like, I didn't see this game against St. Louis as like, they have to get it. It has to be revenge. Nah, I wasn't thinking that.
Yeah, I think revenge would have been too strong a word, but I do think you wanted to wrap up the Central Division in the Western Conference sooner rather than later, and that's what the Avs did. They have won the Central Division. Dallas Stars cannot mathematically catch them. They can both finish with 112 points, but the Avs hold the tiebreaker, so it is over. And, of course, that means the Avs will be the number 1 seed in the West. And the reason I say that, Cease, is because Nazem Kadri got hit in the hand with a puck last night.
Yeah.
Scott Wedgwood had a scary collision with the goalpost late in the third period. And, of course, Cale Makar still didn't play. So the sooner you wrap all this up, the more you can just cruise control these last 5 games of the regular season. So maybe not revenge, but I thought it was important for the Avs to just feel like we don't have to keep the foot on the gas. Yes, they still need 2 more points to win the President's Trophy, and they'll get that at some point. But I just think they didn't have an Olympic break, man. They didn't. All their best players had to go play. Now, I know it was an honor of a lifetime, but I think Jared Bednar needs to treat the next 4, 5, 6 games as kind of their break, if you will.
Oh, they're Eagles games.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, and I think the call-up rule changed post-trade deadline, so we'll have to see exactly how many times you can call somebody up, but that's what these next games are for the Avs, and they needed to get there because after Sunday's loss to St. Louis, I basically said, yeah, they're in this purgatory. They're in this middle ground, limbo, the upside-down world, whatever you want to say. Like, they're in this spot where they haven't wrapped it up yet. They still have to play, but they want to coast. They really want to coast, and I get it, man. At that point now that they've wrapped things up, they deserve to coast for their starters. So now they're here. They got here. The Kadri injury, maybe not as serious as we thought. I thought it was a wrist thing. Turns out Coach Bednar, I believe this morning, said it was a finger. So that's going to be something to monitor with Kadri and see how he comes back. When can Cale come back? Jared Bednar did say, I think it was a couple of days ago, of like, oh, he'll miss a few more games, but we should have him before the end of the regular season. And I don't know about you, but I was like, why? He's Cale Makar. Like, get him back for the postseason. If he needs that little bit of extra rest, I don't necessarily with Cale, and I don't say this for every player, but with Cale specifically, I don't need, a few games to ramp up. Maybe one, maybe. But this team needs to get healthy. Hopefully Wedgie just got the wind knocked out of him. Run into that post. We know goalies are tough, and he showed that toughness last night staying in the game.
Yeah, I was watching the post-game show, and luckily Scott Wedgwood was doing the interview, and he was joking around and being like, it's like, okay, if he's seriously hurt, Avs PRs, pros, they're not trotting him out there for a post-game interview. So that was a good sign for sure. But it was a hold-your-breath moment because for all the discourse about Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood, I think 90 to 95% of the fan base has come around to the idea that Scott Wedgwood is indeed the number one goalie. That gives them the best chance to win the Stanley Cup.
Yes.
Not saying they couldn't do it with Blackwood, but come on, man. You can't have your number one goalie getting hurt in game 77 in St. Louis. That would not have been fun. With the Kadri thing, too, see what happened the last time he had a finger or a hand or whatever. Of course, Evander Kane, the Oilers, the Western Conference Final, that 30 play.
Oh, yeah.
Nazem comes back, scores the game winner in Game 4 against the Tampa Bay Lightning. So I did have that moment of like, oh, well, this worked out the last time it happened with Kadri. But would you play him or Kale or even Wedgie the rest of the regular season?
Not really. I'm shutting this thing down. We got a lot to get to with this goaltender situation because I said, even within the last week, hey, they've got 2 number ones. They don't. Blackwood has broken me over the course of this final, basically week where you can't really say that anymore. You've said something, and we've had some meetings and stuff behind the scenes here in studio of like, hey, this isn't normal to switch goaltenders. You get to the playoffs, you've got one guy, go. And even though Scott Wedgwood has been a career backup, who's playing the best hockey right now? It's clearly Wedgwood. And once again, last night, and again, I'm not in they were thinking revenge. But look at the defense that they play in front of Wedgwood. And I don't know, I don't think anyone can answer it. If you can, please let me know. Why do they play better defense in front of the net when Wedgwood is in there compared to when Blackwood is in there? Is it the size thing where Blackwood's just so large? They're like, yeah, big fella's got it. And then with Wedgie being a little bit more agile, having to cover the crease, having a little bit more distance there, do they try to rally? I don't think they do that, but they just seem to play better defense. And what did it take St. Louis until the third period to get to 10 shots? Like, my God. So they were playing incredible defense in front of Wedgwood. He needs to be the starter. And Blackwood, sorry, I don't know if Bednar's been managing egos this year, and that's why he hasn't completely, fully committed to Wedgwood. He's the guy, and he's going to have the finger on the pulse better than you or I. But at the same time, I'm like, it's okay to just say Wedgwood's the starter.
Yeah.
And Blackwood's the backup.
I think there's a couple things at play here. One, I think Mackenzie Blackwood is more injured than anyone realizes.
Okay.
Remember, he wasn't at training camp, and then he got hurt again in the middle of the year. I just think it's going to be one of those things that come June, hopefully after a parade, you get an email, Mackenzie Blackwood got surgery and he's out 4 months or something like that,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
They're certainly
You're
not going to tell
hoping for
us
that
now.
surgery email. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after winning a cup, it would feel a lot better, but I think that is probably in the works. And then 2, I think you hit the nail on the head. The team is just so much better with Wedgwood in goal, and I don't get why that is either. I don't have the answer, but think about the Avs games over the last month that you and Dover have talked about. Every time you come in and praise the Avs, Wedgwood's probably been the goalie.
Yes.
And every time you come in and you're like, "Ew, that was a stinker," Blackwood's probably been the goalie.
Yes.
Like there's a clear
9 out of 10
correlation
times
at this point.
Right.
And
it's obvious for everybody.
Yeah, they needed to get it done last night. All right, let's do some tribe roll call on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Where you at? Where are you listening from? What you got going on today? The 5870. It's actually Johnny in section 504 says tribe roll call studying for my water treatment operator test today. I love you guys and the tribe.
Nice.
Good luck with your test, Johnny. Hope it goes well.
Nice. Appreciate that. Nuggets have some tests we'll be talking about in a little bit. Also, it's a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. I just had one in the parking lot pulling in right now, and it wasn't because of Drew Spivak. We've had some parking lot issues before. My Don't Be That Guy to kick things off is if you've got a truck with big tires, you don't have to crawl over that speed bump. You're not a rock crawler, baby. This isn't left-hand canyon up there, trying to get up the side of the mountain. No, you're in a parking lot in the tech center. I had this big truck, and I'm in a little commuter car. I have to go a little slower over speed bumps, obviously. But this guy was like, I don't know if he's looking at his phone, not paying attention. Big old truck, big old tires, nice truck, but like crawling, and I'm waiting for him because he was turning in front of me. I was like, you can, kind of hurried up a little bit. I think your truck would be okay going over said speed bump because you actually can off-road. A lot of mall crawlers out there, but still, don't be that guy. You could, your big truck, you probably take that speed bump a little faster.
Yeah, no one's telling you to take the speed bump at 50 miles an hour, but there's
right.
a nice middle ground there.
Yes, just please get out of my way. I'm trying to park. I'm usually late. Let's go.
You could take it at 20 miles an hour, not 2 miles an hour.
17, whatever the number is.
Oh, that's a good one. All right, keep them coming on the RamosLaw.com text line. we will give many a shout-outs throughout the show. We'll get back to the Avs, too, because Valerian Nichushkin had a big game for Colorado last night. But coming up next, what do the Nuggets need to do to make it 10 straight wins? And, oh, baby, are they going to play down to another lottery team? Cecil and I will dive into it.
Get ready, Broncos country. This is the event you've been waiting for. Join Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak as they reunite to relive their legendary Super Bowl 50 run. It's Night of Champions, a live, unforgettable show packed with stories, memories, and a behind-the-scenes look at one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan wants you to be there. Enter now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets at DenverSports.com/champions. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime night with the heroes of Super Bowl 50.
No tax returns, no W-2s, no kidding. We have expanded our guidelines to help even more people qualify for a loan to buy a home or save money on one they already own. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry buys, sells, and services pre-owned Rolex, Cartier, and all luxury Swiss watches. So if you're looking to make a change in your watch collection or just looking to sell, come to Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Supers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Supers.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by the Colorado Lottery. Play on.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is paint. PAINT. Text PAINT to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's PAINT to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, it's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover today, hanging out with Cecil Lamby. We got the Brando chiming in. He says, schlepping audio visual in DIA hotels. Shout out to the tribe.
Nice.
Does that mean he's fixing stuff in DIA hotels?
Sure, like cameras and stuff.
Yeah, the audio visuals. Okay. Have you stayed at that DIA hotel, by the way? The Westin there?
Oh, no, the one that actually is on?
Yeah, it's on property.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be great if I was coming in from out of town. I
Sure.
just don't have a use for it, but it looks nice.
Yeah, it looks nice. I've thought about it, but nah. No real need to. I'm an hour away from the airport. It's like once you land, you're like, okay, get me in my car. I got an hour. I can get home.
But if you had like a 6 a.m. flight, might be nice if you're like, just go spend the night there. That way I don't have to roll out of bed at 3:30 to catch my flight.
Right.
All right. Well, we appreciate Brando chiming in. Plenty more to come. Let's talk about the Nugs, though, Cease, because they've got a really interesting game tonight, trying to make it 10 in a row. And I only say it's interesting because what is the Nuggets' history with bad teams this year? They have struggled at times, and they had that bad loss in Memphis that you'll remember after that happened. A lot of people were just done, just jumping off the bandwagon. The vitriol, the anger after that loss was, this team can't do it. They're not going to win squat. And, well, they've rattled off 9 in a row since then, going for 10 tonight. But is this just the kind of game where you're saying, hey, win's a win, or do you need to see the Nuggets win by 30 tonight? I mean, the Grizzlies are going to play 8 guys. They have the league minimum of guys healthy, 8 guys to play. Does this just need to be blowout?
How did you feel about the Portland game? I guess I'll answer your question with a question first off, because I have to gauge your feelings about it, because for me, a win is a win is a win. You should be able to handle business. You should be able to take care of things. Do I have enough calories to burn to be like, they didn't win convincingly? I mean, they won, but okay, baby. Is there a W? Is there a W next to the column?
Yeah, we're on the same
Did
page.
Get that?
See, they were down 16 with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
It was one of the best comebacks, fourth quarter comebacks in franchise history. If you had offered me, when I was sitting on my couch watching the game, hey, this is going to go to overtime, I would have signed up in a heartbeat. They were down 16.
It was like, what are they doing?
It looked dead, and Portland was shooting the lights out. So,
yeah.
I did take that. But if you're down 16 to a pathetic Memphis team tonight that is trying to tank with only 8 guys, then I probably am going to have a little bit of a problem with it.
Yeah. So I think the optics do matter to a certain point. The streak doesn't as much, although you are gaining confidence for the postseason, and that's a key for the Denver Nuggets. The nice thing about the Portland game is something where I talked about earlier. They can win in multiple ways. Like, the nice thing is they can run away from teams. They can win when Joker has a huge night. They can win when Jamal has a huge night. Remember the day, it wasn't that long ago, probably a year ago, where if Joker scored 50, they didn't win. Now we've seen that where, hey, he's going to score a lot. They're going to win a lot. Jamal's going to score a lot. They can win a lot there as well. But it doesn't always have to look the same way against an inferior type opponent like they have with Memphis. So with the Nuggets, get this win. Build your confidence. Know that you're not – this has nothing to do with the streak. Just continue to be who you are, and if you go out there and step onto the court and perform the way that you can, you should get a easier win.
Oh, you should get a very easy dub. I mean, again, this is, Ja
Joker
Morant's
doesn't
not
play
playing
in the fourth
this game.
quarter.
Let's hope so.
Yeah,
Let's hope
that's
so.
the type of game you should be looking for. If Joker does have to play in the fourth quarter, I think that's where you and I would have a little something to say.
What do you think the spread is on this game?
You don't want to hear my rant about gambling. Like I
get
don't know
it,
what the
but I
spread
do
is.
think it provides context.
Okay,
Like, I'm
I
not
would
saying you're a
say-
gambler. I'm not saying you enjoy gambling, but I think that you can learn stuff from the spread in terms of how big of a blowout is.
Okay,
it
I'm just going
to
to
be.
guess, and I'll probably sound like a moron, which some people out there are like, well, that's how you always sound, so you're fine. 14?
It's not a bad guess. Kev,
Okay.
do you have a guess?
I know it.
You know it?
I would not have guessed it.
It's 23 points. 23.
Wow.
That is so massive for an NBA game, fellas.
Okay.
23-point favorites tonight at Ball Arena. So we can't do the whole win is a win thing. When, again, I'm not even getting into gambling or what side of the action you should be on. It's just this doesn't happen in the NBA, seeing 23 points spread. It'd be the equivalent of the Broncos being like a 20-point favorite over a Raiders team in Week 18 that no one was playing, something like that. So I find that a little curious as well. And then, did you see what happened last night? The Lakers got crushed by the Thunder. Not surprising.
Yeah, no Luka.
No Luka, no Austin Reeves, no LeBron. But all that said, for the first time in a long time, they actually control their own destiny for the 3 seed. How badly do you want the 3 seed?
Yeah.
Which likely means Minnesota.
Right.
Or do you dare manipulate the standings to try to get a beat-up Lakers team in round 1?
Now, Will Peterson, we're boys. We go back a ways, right? We've had this conversation before, but about the Denver Broncos.
We have.
So you already know what my answer is going to be. I never liked it when Michael Malone hid from an opponent. I never liked that. I don't like that in life. And I'm not saying you have to take the hardest road possible. Hey, I have to walk to work every day because I want the hardest road possible. No. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying go out there and win in the way that you can, perform in the way that you can, and let the chips fall where they may. Does it make us feel good if, wow, they get the 4 seed guys and they beat Houston, they win a series, yay? That ain't about it. This isn't about, hey, they win a playoff series and then in the second round they get waxed, right? That's not what this is about. This is about winning the NBA Finals, winning the Western Conference, getting at least to the Western Conference Final. That's what this season is about. So because of that, I'm not a fan of being like, hey, let's coast a little bit here. Let's get this easy path. I'm not saying you're saying that either, but I didn't like when Michael Malone did it. I want the Denver Nuggets to go for that 3 seed. I could give a damn about Minnesota. I can't stand them. There's some analytics that say the Timberwolves will actually be the one that win it all this year, which I think is interesting. Some game predictors that have predicted each of the last 4 NBA champions, they have Minnesota being that team this year. So I understand that, and I understand the difficulty this team provides. I mean, you had Game 7 on your home floor and they took it from you. That's and it is a rival. That is your rival. That is a team that can be the fly in the ointment, the thorn in your side, whatever. I'm not avoiding Minnesota and trying to drop some games or whatever. Again, I'm not worried about the win streak, but also at the same time, you need to perform in the way that you can because you need to lift the heavier weights if you want to get stronger. If you can beat Minnesota in the first round and you can get past that, that's going to hold a lot more weight. That's going to make you a lot stronger than if you beat up on Houston or whatever, oh, wow. And then the second round is well, we don't know about this. No. Go out in that first round. If it is Minnesota, beat them. You'll be stronger because of it.
So you and I actually are going to agree on this one. Unlike the Broncos when we went round and round on the Chiefs, who ultimately went 6-11.
Hey, we both agree on Jarrett Stidham now. That guy can't play football. So
I tried to tell you.
You were the one ringing the bell. Sean should have listened to you, man.
I was trying, man. But here's the only reason it's tempting, but also why I don't want to do it. I have said avoid Oklahoma City as long as possible. And how do you avoid OKC? You get the 3 seed, and you wouldn't have to play them until the Western Conference Finals. Now, you'd have to play San Antonio as a 2 seed, and we just saw an epic game last Saturday at Ball Arena, but that would be a heck of a series. The temptation here, you're mentioning Houston, what I get, but I think there's a real path where you could manipulate the standings to let Houston get to the 3, and you could play the Lakers in round 1, which, let's be honest, no Luka, most likely, no Reeves, most likely. LeBron is doing the pouty thing, not playing last night because he's sad his boys aren't there. You may bust out the brooms. That would be the temptation here, is that if you somehow, the Lakers are so down bad and so beat up that if you could let Houston get to the 3 and play the Lakers in a 4-5, you could broom them and then get ready to go for Oklahoma City. I'm not saying I want that. I'm just sort of explaining the thinking here of why some people are now tossing that idea.
Well, and I would say this, if we talk about the rest that you would get from a sweep, isn't OKC going to do that to their first-round opponent?
Yeah, if it's the Clippers or the Blazers or
it's not like it would be
whoever.
Advantageous because you'd be getting rest and they wouldn't. No, they're getting the rest too. Now, it would be advantageous because you need the rest. You want to get the rest.
And sweeping the Lakers is always fun.
Sweeping the Lakers is fun because the Lakers and LeBron, that's kind of story we don't want to tell.
I see where you're going with that. But yeah, if the playoffs started today, it'd be Nuggets-Wolves round 1, and it'd be Lakers-Rockets. It's the 4-5 round 1.
Okay.
And the winner of that would get OKC. They're not going to do any damage. I mean, OKC is just they're going to dance right into the Western Conference Finals. They're not going to get a test.
Flop their way to the Western Conference Finals.
And probably go 8-0 or 8-1 to get there. I mean, with very little test. Whereas the Nuggets would probably have a fight against the Wolves, I think would be fair to say. Anthony Edwards' health sort of TBD, and then you'd have to play San Antonio. So your path would be a lot more difficult than Oklahoma City's path. We'll dive into it more as the show goes on. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Do you want to just face Minnesota, or are you trying to tweak those standings to get the Lakers in round 1? All right, Bo's board. It's another draft edition coming up next. We got a tight end out of Ohio State that you need to know about.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Stop waiting for rates and take advantage of real buying opportunities. Lowest Rate for Life helps you get the deal you want on the home today, and if rates fall in the future, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fees. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
I'm Rob Wilhite. A car accident can change everything in a moment. For almost 50 years, my firm has gone up against insurers and won over $1 billion for our clients. If you were hit, don't wait. Evidence fades, witnesses disappear, and the insurance companies know that. We move fast, you should too. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or go to WillHiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or WillHiteWins.com. We're here for Coloradans when it matters most. The Wilhite Law Firm, Colorado Strong. WillHiteWins.com.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, Is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NetSide.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Playoff season is upon us, and we want to help you get ready with some new gear for your favorite team. Enter for your chance to win a daily $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Text it to 303-713-1043. Before that hour ends, the more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For more info and complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy, and let's do it, baby. It's Bo's Big Board Draft Edition, and today's guy is...
Third and long. Saying, sliding, now tries the right. End zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes! Max Clare, his first touchdown at Ohio State.
Max Clare from Ohio State checking in on Bo's board today. Cease, you are our draft expert. What do we know about this young man? And, of course, tight end is a position that's going to get a lot of the eyes of Broncos country.
Do you think they have enough blocking tight ends?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Max
think they're
Clare.
covered.
Max Clare is not a blocking tight end. He is an F tight end. Now, he's gotten better as a blocker, transfer from Purdue to Ohio State. So his blocking has improved. His drop rate has improved at Ohio State. And you would anticipate that that would continue going forward. But he's a pure receiving threat. And what I like best about Max Clare is that he can run the full route tree. And that is very rare. One, it's rare for a tight end to be able to do that. And then two, it's rare for a collegian to even know what the full route tree is, because most of the time in college offenses is like, you're really athletic, go get open. And they find a way to get open because they're, playing against guys that are going to be accountants or whatever. So, like, Max Clare, running the full route tree, very well versed in that, and a player that has speed, and more speed. So playmaking ability, has ripped off 60-yard plays, regularly can rip off a 20, 30-yard play. So he's one of those guys that you don't need to, he's waiting to get open. He'll get open quickly because he can run the full route tree, and then he can do something after the catch. And that speed, when he turns it on, there's no linebacker that can stay with him. There's not a safety large enough to, kind of cover him. They'll stay with him a little bit, but try to bring this guy down because of those wheels, because of that speed and the route nuance. Route intelligence is something I talk about a lot, usually with Evan Ingram. He needs to be better in terms of adjusting the route based on the defensive coverage. You see that automatically already with the rookie. Very, very rare trait to be able to come into the league with that skill set. Clare is a very interesting prospect and one that I believe the Broncos should have interest in the second round. So it requires your first pick being a tight end. It requires your first pick being a tight end that's likely backing up Evan Ingram. So kind of like last year. And again, it's not a first rounder, Jahdae Barron.
Right.
But are you okay with the Broncos on the board? It's first time ever. I've been waiting 8 hours for them to make a pick. And then they make a pick and it's a guy that's, next year might be his big year. But this year wouldn't be his big year. There's some people that are going to take some issue with that.
Yeah, I think I'm cool with it. They went 14-3, reached the AFC title game, should have gone to the Super Bowl if Bo Nix hadn't broken his ankle. They told us their strategy this offseason was, we trust our roster. We like our roster. We're going to bring everyone back and make one massive trade. And that's what they did with Jalen Waddle. So, yeah, I think if they're as close as I feel, as George and Sean feel, then I'm fine with it, man, because you got to start thinking about the long-term future at tight end. This is going to be Evan Ingram's last year in orange and blue. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
I think it'll be his last year in a Broncos uniform. They don't have anyone else on the roster that's ready to slide in and be a number one tight end, and Bo Nix will still just be going into his fourth year in the league. I like the idea of Max Clare out of Ohio State learning under Evan Ingram this year,
right,
and then being the number one tight end, number one pass-catching tight end moving forward. Is he going to be there at 62? You know the draft a lot better than I do. What's your gut on that?
It's going to be real close. That's around the range he should go. He's seen as a late second, early third. So if there's a run on tight ends, which there shouldn't be, this has become a really interesting draft, like a weird draft. People say it's a bad class. I don't agree with that. It's maybe not. Quarterbacks aren't great, but it's like it's not a bad class. It's just you might be taking positions that you don't normally take. It's probably not going to be the sexiest first round pick or first round for the entire league because there are going to be a lot of inside linebackers. There's going to be a lot of defensive tackles, like some big uglies. There might be 4 offensive linemen that go off the board in the first round. So it's like because of that, it's going to push tight ends down. The only tight end to go in the first round is Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon. And then Max Clare could be the next tight end. But, brother, we could see Kenyon Sadiq go off the board at like 19, Carolina, I think. And then the next pick, the tight end, be Max Clare at 62 for the Broncos.
Wow.
So it's kind of a weird gap. Then there's a cluster of guys that are like the last, Eli Stowers, Max Clare, those type of players. And then there's a few late-round guys, Tanner Koziol, who we'll talk about on Friday, the Houston tight end that I really love. But there's this cluster of tight ends. You're not going to get Kenyon Sadiq. You don't even think about him. You look at Max Clare, you go, is he the type of receiver that we're willing to bank on? Is he overcome his drops from Purdue? Is he a better blocker? Is it willing there? Is the technique there? Is the natural strength there? They say he's small at 246, but I always add 10 pounds of muscle. You have to look at a guy's frame to see if he can add that 10 pounds. But I'll tell you this, I was surprised this last year, just kind of squirrel moment, Jaleel McLaughlin gained 12 pounds almost all on his upper body. I never thought, looking at his frame, that he would be able to support 10 or 12 more pounds of muscle. So with Clare at 240, I go, yeah, he's 250. 246, whatever he's listed at. Just put 10 pounds on it. An NFL weight program should do that. If the Broncos decide that he's the guy, then he'll be their pick at 62. And Eli Stowers, the other kid, the Vandy kid, he might be in that same range. So the Broncos have a pick of those two specifically of which one they prefer.
Yeah, and if you feel like, Claire's going to go at 58, you can always get out 4 spots at that point in time.
Yeah.
It's not going to cost you some sort of king's ransom to get out 4 or 5 spots.
Draft chart, if you will, the 4th rounder, either one because they're pretty close, moves you up about 5 spots. So you go 62 to 55, 57, whatever. 57, I feel like Jamal Murray. 57. Kevin Kistner is someone we always ask on Bo's board what his opinions are. So, Kev, I always try to dazzle you or try to bring some sexy to the airwaves for you because you're always talking about playmakers. What do you think about Max Clare?
Well, looking at his stats early on, I was like, I don't know. I was like, he didn't really do much in his first 2 years. I think he had a broken ankle up at Purdue at one point, and I was like, all right, his numbers are okay. They don't jump off the charts. Then you watch the film. I'm in love with this guy.
Whoa.
I want that. This is my new boo.
Whoa.
I got 2 boos this year.
You do?
Nicholas Singleton.
Yes.
And this guy.
Okay.
You know who he reminds me of?
Who?
Brandon Stokely at tight end.
Wait a second. What?
Stokely's like 60 pounds lighter than
If Stokely was to have more muscle and play tight end, this is him.
Okay.
This is who I see on film. This guy looks like Brandon Stokely running up and down the field.
So there could be a Max Clare. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want it.
down the sideline. Can you catch him?
I love this guy. He can run all the routes on the route tree. He's a great route runner.
That's very rare skill.
He's breaking tackles. He's my favorite tight end we've seen so far.
Whoa, no way.
Other than Sadiq, but yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not getting Sadiq, so better than Eli Stowers?
I love him more than Eli Stowers.
Wow.
Okay.
Drops a problem? You worried about his drop rate from Purdue?
Don't care. Bo will throw perfect passes, and he'll catch everything. We're not worried. We're going to give him some stick-em on his gloves.
Okay.
No issues at all.
He's fine. I love when Kevin Kistner falls in love with a guy.
Yeah.
Like this guy gets my rose.
Okay.
Like,
he gets your rose.
First impression rose.
Wait, you guys are Bachelor guys, right?
Yeah, it got canceled. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
The Bachelor got canceled?
Well, it's actually a sad situation. It involves domestic violence. So I don't really want to get into it, but yes, this season got canceled.
This season got canceled, but the show's still going on.
We'll see if this is the beginning of the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hasn't it run its course?
I
Like
think it's run its
Dover
course.
really likes Survivor, and he likes Naked and Afraid, which is, whatever. I've never watched a second of Survivor.
Oh, it's incredible TV.
I've only seen the commercials, but I'm like, isn't the story kind of the same? Every time? Isn't The Bachelor, isn't the story kind of the same?
No, it's an ending like no other. Every year.
The most dramatic ending we've ever seen.
You'll never see it coming.
You'll never see it coming.
You'll never see it coming. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this one is not going to
Kev's
see the
got his
airwaves.
roses. So you have to explain this to me, Kev, because you give the rose to the person you choose. Is that right?
The people you like.
Yeah, you get roses throughout. So let's say it's a man dating 25 women. The first episode, he'll give out 15 roses. 10 will get sent home.
Wow.
Next episode, he'll give out 12 roses. 3 will get sent home.
Okay.
And then you whittle that all the way down to one suitor, and you give out one final rose at the final rose ceremony.
Okay.
So Kev isn't giving Max Clare his final rose. He's giving Max Clare his first rose because he caught his eye right when he got out of the limo.
It's usually first impression rose. You probably get down on one knee at the end of this thing.
Yeah.
More times than not.
Wow.
So you take him. What can you take him in the second round?
Yes,
And
yeah.
Nicholas Singleton
He
in the
won't
fourth?
be drafted much past, or he won't be drafted before 50. Let's say that.
Him in the second round.
Okay.
Nicholas Singleton in the fourth round.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fourth, fifth round.
Oh my God.
I love it. We'll see if Sean
He's
Payton
gonna have to have a cigarette break here.
and George Payton
He
feel the
doesn't even
same
smoke.
way.
That's how good it is.
If they want to throw a ring on Max Clare's finger. Well, I'm glad I filled in today because I listen to your Bose board every day, and some of them are not as enticing as others.
Sometimes Kev shoots me down.
Exactly.
And then I feel bad.
But I picked a good one to be here for. Max Clare, a name to know, a tight end out of Ohio State. Maybe he'll be a Bronco later this month. All right, what is happening at 20th and Blake? Usually when we say that, it's bad news. For the first time in a long time, it feels like good news. The Rockies, are they sneaky fun after another victory? We'll dive into it next.
3 series in, and the Colorado Rockies are, let's be honest, below 500 and have already taken a classic "why do I do this to myself" blowout.
Why?
But here's the twist. They're also weirdly competitive. Like, why am I still watching the 8th inning of a Rockies game competitive? This team isn't rolling over. They're not sleepwalking. They're not the automatic W they've been accused of being the last few years. They're scrapping. They're fighting. They're hanging out in games that used to disappear by the 4th inning. So are the Rockies actually taking a step forward, even if the record doesn't show it yet? Or is this just another chapter in the long, confusing novel known as Colorado Baseball, Hope versus Reality?
We've seen some clues how we saw that against Toronto when they get their first series win against the AL champs. So it's like, okay, there's been enough positive signs, even if in a limited number of games, for me to say it's not the same old Rockies. It's kind of the same old Rockies.
Right.
That's still there. They have a long way to go, everybody.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer game streaming the other game in 4K. Just like that, in the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like the places where you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates of 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees, extra after promotion. Regular rates apply.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before or the IRS does.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
This is Terry Wickstrom. I want to tell you about a great new partner to Terry Wickstrom Outdoors, Mad River Mortgage, your reverse mortgage specialist. If you want to secure your rest of life housing, maybe come up with some extra cash, or have a line of credit available to supplement your senior lifestyle, call my friend Mike Rabin at 303-396-2804 and ask about an FHA insured home equity conversion mortgage, or go to madrivermortgage.com, NMLS 1504779.
Looking to upgrade your kitchen, laundry room, or outdoor cooking area? Look no further than Mountain High Appliance. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. We have hundreds of appliances hooked up live for a true try-before-you-buy experience, plus professional delivery and installation. Our price match guarantee ensures you receive the best deal, and special financing options make your purchase affordable. When it's time for new appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports.
Hey, that's what is going on at 20th and Blake. I can't believe it. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Because, Cecil, they are 5-6. And they have a chance later today to get to 500.
That's crazy.
For the first time in a long time in a
3
season.
years.
Yeah.
3 years.
I mean, they started 0-0, but we'll say in a season, get to 6-6.
Did you just go like straight like journalism, Andrew Mason on me? Like, well, technically, they're 500 when they're 0-0.
I mean, we're 500 before the first pitch got thrown at Miami. But yes, it would be exciting, and we got to dive into this because you're asking me, can I believe it? Here's the thing. I really have the devil and angel going on here, man.
Okay.
And the devil's telling me, well, it's 11 games. And any random 11-game sample size, even bad teams can go 5-6. Don't get too excited.
Sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again. That's what they said in White Man Can't Jump.
And good one. And 5-6 does happen during the course of a season. But the angel on me is saying, don't come in and poo-poo the Rockies. Don't come in and kill people's buzz.
Yeah.
This team has been so bad for so long. The fact that they beat the Houston Astros twice in a row, including an impressive win last night, maybe we can allow ourselves to get just a little bit excited.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
I like that angel on your shoulder then saying like, hey, enjoy this while it's here. We don't know how long it's going to be here. And we could get to June and be like, well, Rockies stink again. This is terrible. And then it's like, okay, go back to ignoring the Rockies. But right now, pay attention to them. Because they're fun. That's maybe the most remarkable thing I could say about the Rockies this year.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a seam head. I do appreciate the game. I think it's a beautiful game. I think playing baseball is fun. But watching baseball will put you to sleep. Not this Rockies team. This Rockies team in almost every contest this year has been fun. You see some different things with Warren Schaefer running the show, with the DePodesta influence for this squad. The pitching is different. Stealing bases more often, that's different. Like, they have different strategies, and that's where I call it the DePodesta influence. You can kind of pick up some clues of like, oh, this is what they're trying to do. That's different. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, but they're doing something different, and I appreciate that effort.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, Buddy Black was a good dude, nice guy, but he was just stuck in his ways. He was just an old school guy.
Yeah.
Just, roll the baseballs out, see what happens. He didn't have a lot of aggressiveness to his managing style.
Yeah.
When they lost, it was, we'll get him tomorrow. Well, you didn't get him tomorrow a lot of times with Buddy Black. Now, at the very start of Bud Black, they did make the playoffs a couple times, but then it got real bad real quick.
And then they just kind of rode on that reputation.
Exactly.
Remember that?
And I think Bud, again, nice guy, but I think he was probably just collecting a paycheck near the end.
Yeah, well, and he's Dick's buddy, so there you go. Now juxtapose that to Warren Schaefer.
Fiery, aggressive, ticked off when they do stupid stuff. Almost said something different there.
Kev, gotta watch out that dump button.
Yes.
Okay.
But listen, last night Kyle Freeland was excellent. It looked like he took a time machine to that year, 2018, when he finished, I believe, third in Cy Young. I mean, Kyle Freeland last night, 6 1/3 innings, only 3 hits, 1 run, 5 strikeouts. His ERA is now 2.30 through 3 starts this season. I'm not saying he's going to be in the Cy Young contention, but I'm curious your thoughts on this. I thought Kyle Freeland was kind of done.
Yeah.
Fun story,
yeah.
hometown kid.
Right.
Shout out TJ. I thought he was kind of done.
Right.
He's having a back half of his career resurgence. Now, is it going to last 6 months? I have no idea. But at least through 3 starts, he's not getting shelled. Because what was happening in the last couple of years? He was getting shelled. It looked like he was throwing batting practice. That's not been the case. Astros have a great lineup. They're leading Major League Baseball in runs scored, and he absolutely had them perplexed last night at the plate.
Yeah, he worked them, so you love to see that. But I, like you, thought the best days, I guess the nice way to put it, the best days of Kyle Freeland were behind him. That's probably still the case.
Yes.
But at least like last year when you'd watch Freeland, it's like he's getting worked, he's losing confidence, and this sucks. Like almost immediately. You saw with Freeland build the momentum, again, building confidence, having control, and working his stuff, man. You love to see it. And now, like you said, and I think this is the best perspective, this is the angel on the shoulder. When they do something, it's not going to last. Okay, baby. There's a great impermanence in life to everything. So it's not going to last. But it was great last night. So I'm just doing like a one-off, like, hey, I don't know if in June we're going to be talking about the Rockies that much. But right now, I want to watch the Rockies because they're fun, and Kyle Freeland coming through.
Yeah, Kyle Freeland was great last night. Friend of the program. Is he a member of the Tribe, Warren Schaefer?
He is, because he said he loves Tribe.
Member of the Tribe, Warren Schaefer, on Kyle Freeland last night.
Yeah, he attacked the strike zone all night. He was efficient. The changeup was really good tonight. The curveball was good. Everything was down. Climbed with the heater some, but those ground balls are curveballs and changeups and sinkers down. So really good job getting into the 7th inning for us tonight.
Mentions how many strikes he threw. 55 strikes on only 81 pitches. Got into the 7th inning.
Yeah.
And think about it, if this was the old school days, he could have pitched a complete game last night. He went 6 1/3 and only throwing 81 pitches. Antonio Sensatella comes in and is perfect. 2 2/3, doesn't give up a hitter or a walk. 3 strikeouts. Rockies win 5-1. But
amazing.
Man, I got to say that if they get this type of pitching and sort of clutch, timely hitting, couple of dingers last night, they're not going to go 500, but they can obliterate that over-under 54.5 wins.
Oh, yeah.
They can make that look silly and win, 65, 70 games, something like that.
I would applaud that. I think we'd all line up for that. And that's the thing. Listen to Warren Schaefer there. One of the first words he said was attack. Don't you get a sense of, like, aggressiveness almost? Because this is the team that was the butt of jokes for 3 years. This is the team that, hey, 1 inning in, you'd be like, we're done, wrap it up. And that conditioning mentally had to wear on everybody. But one of the things when DePodesta is hired and his first decision is to take off the interim tag from Warren Schaefer, I really believe it's Schaefer's connectivity with these players, both veteran players and younger players, of be like, hey, we were through hell last year together, but he connects with these guys. He hits a nerve with these players. And I think part of that is that, well, for lack of a better term, kind of blanket attitude, F-it attitude that he's got of like, no, last year is last year. We're going to be aggressive this year. We're going to steal bases. You're going to go out there and have that control. You're going to throw your fastball. You're going to go out there and attack. And that didn't really exist in the Rockies' vocabulary last year.
No, it certainly didn't. And Cease, they have a chance to get to 6-6, as I mentioned, sweep the Astros. That game will get going in a few hours here at Coors Field. You got your broom with you today? Did you bring it to work?
No, I didn't, but I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Dust it out there for old Houston.
And then you can keep it when the Nuggets somehow get the Lakers and they broom them as well. You know, we're sharing brooms across sports
We're
here.
broom bros.
Yeah, we're broom bros.
We're broom bros. I like it.
I may not go down this road too far, but yes. Hopefully the Rockies...
I did not ride a broom to work. I'll say that.
Yeah, and the Avalanche could share that broom too, potentially in the first round. Speaking of the Avs, what's the latest on Nazem Kadri? How nervous are we about him leaving the game in the second period, not coming back? Plus, Valeri Nichushkin. Oh, baby, if this guy gets hot, the Avs are even more of a wagon. He was really good last night in St. Louis. We'll dive into both on the other side.
The Colorado Avalanche have officially clinched the Central. A statement win over St. Louis seals the division. And the road to the Stanley Cup runs through Colorado. So what's next? The Avs are charging full speed toward the NHL's best record with a President's Trophy in sight. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And I've learned to grind through injuries and keep moving forward. But now that grind is becoming a breakdown. If you're ignoring joint pain, you're just waiting for a surgery you don't want. At Regenerex, they use your body's own biology, like stem cells, PRP, shockwave therapy, to repair the damage and get you back in the game. They focus on regenerating the joints, not just masking the symptoms. So you need to give my guys over at Regenerex a call today and schedule a free consultation. The number is 303-630-9770 or visit regenerex.co.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit TRA.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite. If you've been in a car accident, you need experience that wins. For almost 50 years in Colorado, my firm has recovered over $1 billion for crash victims. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Valenchushkin did last night. Have you ever in your sports history, and let us know, Ramoslaw.com text line, also on the YouTube chat, like, what was your greatest, dude, between the legs goal? You kidding me?
That was sick.
Like, seriously, like, when we see that skill at the highest level, it's just remarkable because you or I probably can't do that.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that can't do that. So when you see that skill at the highest level from Nichushkin, you wonder. You're like, wow, that was amazing.
And you think about the guy the Avs had when they won the Cup in 22, and there was some noise that Valeri Nichushkin could have won the Conn Smythe Trophy. Because remember, the Conn Smythe is given to the MVP of the whole playoffs in the NHL. It's not just the final. Like the NBA, it's the finals MVP. The Super Bowl, it's the Super Bowl MVP.
Yes.
The NHL, it's a culmination of all your work. And when the Avs went 16-4, Valeri Nichushkin was absolutely awesome. We know what happened in the following year in Seattle. We know what happened the following year, round 2 against Dallas, when he got hit with the long suspension. But he hasn't looked the same. He hasn't looked the same sort of since those incidents, and it seems like his personal life's in a much better space, and we're all happy for him, and hopeful he stays on the right track. But that all aside, just from a hockey player's standpoint, the Avs are already almost unstoppable, almost unbeatable. If they get that version of Nichushkin, then I'll see you at a parade in 2 months, man. That's just how I feel.
Well, you said 16-4. It's like, how about 20-0?
Well, you don't need to go 20-0 because that'd be fine. 16-0.
I was trying to do the math. I was like, wait, math?
Yes.
20. No, 16-0.
16W, baby.
Yeah, that's the thing. When Nichushkin plays like that, they're unstoppable if everybody's healthy. So a great game from Nichushkin. Can you believe it's the second shorthanded goal of the year?
Seems low.
Everyone started saying that, it's their second shorthanded goal of the year. I'm like, whoa. Wow, like them in Seattle. I think Seattle has 1. Okay, that's different. We always talk about, hey, your PK is good and power play is coming around right when you get the opportunities to have power play goals. So we feel better about the Avs power play. But you say 2 in a whole season. We're almost done. Whole regular season. 2 shorties.
Yeah, special teams have not been a strength, but they've been better since the Olympic break, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And the Avalanche, of course, last night wrap up the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. They clinch the Central Division. I mean, where is Nichushkin for you right now in terms of importance on this team? Because I think most people,
he's not out of sight, out of mind. They still
Yeah.
appreciate him, but he's not exactly very high on folks' lists. I think that he maybe should be in the top 5, certainly the top 10, but maybe even the top 5 of like, if they want to win a cup, this dude's got to play this well. And he was on a mission last night in St. Louis. I watched that whole game. He had 2 or 3 chances, including one late at an empty netter, to get the hat trick. I thought he might. But if
didn't put any ducats down on, did you?
What's that?
Didn't put any ducats in game live betting.
A small little ducat. When the puck whistles wide on the net, I'm like,
it's right there.
But I didn't have to rewrite my story at DenverSports.com. So that was the upside.
That's the main thing.
Yes.
Where is he ranked? I think this is a great conversation because you said 5. For me, is it okay to say 6?
Yeah, like
and doesn't that show the strength?
The power ranking is maybe not best players, but maybe importance.
Yes.
Importance.
Yes, importance for me. Of course, Nate, number 1.
Yep.
Kale, number 2. Gabe, number 3. Marty, number 4, especially with his history of disappearing in the playoffs. Number 5, I'll say, is Brock Nelson, and then number 6 is Valeri Nichushkin.
Okay, the only thing
and we're not saying any goaltenders yet. We're not saying
that's
Wedgie
the only
yet.
thing I'd give you pushback on is where does Wedgwood slot?
Well,
in
then
there as
that
well.
pushes Val back further.
To 7, yeah.
Wedgwood might be, 3? Put him behind Kale and Nate?
Probably. That's
right.
I'd have him.
Okay, and ahead of Gabe, ahead of Marty, ahead of Brock, and then there's Val. But I think this exercise, which is fascinating, shows you the strength of this roster. When a guy that's as good as Nichushkin could be number 6, and I think that's pretty fair, that shows you just how built this team is.
Well, and Nazem Kadri was not on your list.
Yeah,
not yet, but last night, what happened to Naz? Here's what Jared Bednar said postgame.
No update. Couple days, give me a day or two, and we should know more and sort of figure out what his pain tolerance is. I'm sure it's something that he may or may not be able to play through, but we'll just take it day by day and see how it goes.
I feel like I'm doing the thinking emoji, Cecil. Pain tolerance. We'll see what he's able to play through. Looks like it was a finger injury for Kadri. What do you make of what's going on with Nazem Kadri?
Yeah, and interesting. I thought it was his wrist. In game, I was like, oh no. A finger, it sounds a little bit better. Is it broken? Is his finger broken? Have you ever broken a finger?
I haven't.
Never. Okay.
No.
It's fairly easy to do. And in that situation, you're taking a puck, and again, I thought it was like wrist injury, but you're getting that sort of contact on a body part like that. Yeah, I'd say it's probably broken. But the nice thing is with a broken finger, rest, recovery, give it a shot, wrap it up, splint it, whatever. Like, you'll be good to go if that, in fact, is the case. Because if it's not broken, I guarantee there's, what do they call it, the contusion? It's going to be really, really heavily bruised.
And I think, too, that, there's no need in my eyes to play him over the next 10 days. The NHL playoffs will start on April 18th. We, of course, don't have an Avalanche schedule yet. They may not start till the 19th, but why play Nazem Kadri in the next 10, 11 days, Because I'm with you. I think Nazem Kadri broke his finger last night. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing. I think he broke a finger. Well, 4 years ago, he broke a finger, came back, scored an OT goal. The Avalanche won the Stanley Cup. What is the issue when you have the 1 seed locked up? You're going to win the President's Trophy probably tomorrow night when you get 2 points against a bad Calgary team. What is the issue with just having Nazem Kadri just hang out, relax, get ready to go round 1, game 1, and figure out, because you got to grip a hockey stick, figure out the best way to sort of wrap that finger and make it the most comfortable for him in playing situations.
Yeah, and if you've got 11 days, use all 11 days for rest, and then figure out how you need to best wrap it, splint it, whatever you need to do. I'm sure they'll be able to do that, and Kadri will be ready to go. I have zero issue. If we talk on a Nuggets side, like, hey, could these guys get healthier? Where's the health status of Payton Watson? Like, I'd like some ramp-up time there in basketball. With a guy like Kadri, no, dude, you're good.
He's good. Kale's good. Kadri's good.
Yeah, and it's not like a hamstring where you'd be like, okay, how are your legs? It's a finger injury. It's the finger.
It's the finger. And Scott Wedgwood took a scary collision into the goalpost as well last night. I had that, oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me moment.
I hate those moments.
Because it looked bad there. There was 2 minutes or so where you were kind of holding your breath.
Yeah.
He got the wind knocked out of him. He's going to be all right. But I'd play a lot of Mackenzie Blackwood down the stretch. A lot of Blackwood down the stretch. Again, you need one more win in your last 5 games to win the President's Trophy. You're going to get that.
He should be able to do that, right?
I think he should do it. I think the next 5 seats, I'd play Blackwood in 4 and Wedgwood in 1 would be my gut.
Okay. Blackwood in 4, Wedgwood in 1. Make it happen.
Would you sign up for that?
I would sign up for that all day long.
And could a Colorado Eagle be involved in this as well? Could a lot of Colorado Eagles be involved in this as well? That's going to be something to watch. I'm just going to give the PSA now. If the Avs roll out a lineup with like 6 Colorado Eagles and they lose 6-2, don't panic, because what happened when they won the Cup in 22? They stumbled down the stretch. Some people, Brandon Stokely, panicked.
No!
And then they went 16-4 and won the Cup. I'm here to tell you I'm not here to be a buzzkill, especially if folks have tickets the next few games.
Yeah.
It's not going to be very good hockey, and that's fine. It's all good.
Stokely panicked?
Oh, yeah, 22. I vividly remember him and Zach By being on the air together.
Wow.
And Stokely was all stressed out. It was like, they don't care. They've got everything wrapped up. Why are you panicking?
Hey, well, I'd rather have Stokely panicking than Derek Wolf not watching the NBA Finals when the Nuggets are in it. Sorry, Derek.
All righty, coming up next, we all know the Broncos need a running back, tight end, inside linebacker, and some depth pieces. But what will their first pick be? We'll tell you what we want and what the wise guys are saying about it on the other side.
Get ready, Broncos country. This is the event you've been waiting for. Join Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak as they reunite to relive their legendary Super Bowl 50 run. It's Night of Champions, a live, unforgettable show packed with stories, memories, and a behind-the-scenes look at one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan wants you to be there. Enter now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets at DenverSports.com/champions. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime night with the heroes of Super Bowl 50.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and I learned something playing offensive line for a living. If something isn't built tough, it won't last. Same thing with your home. That's why Colorado homeowners call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. They've been helping families since 1973, installing Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built tough for the Colorado extreme weather. If your windows are showing their age, call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton at 303-794-0490 or visit them online at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is zone. Z-O-N-E. Text zone to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's zone to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we know the Broncos need a running back, tight end, inside linebacker, and some depth pieces in the NFL draft later this month. But what will their first pick be? So the odds makers, Cease, the odds makers.
Okay.
It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. You know, people always scoff at the odds makers, but they tend to know. Just go look at their casinos. They have good information. They have released their position of the first player drafted for all NFL teams.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I like this.
So the Broncos are on the board. Who do you think they are favoriting for Denver position, not player, position to take with their first pick, which as of now is number 62 overall?
Doesn't it have to be a tight end? Like, and again, I haven't looked at the number exactly, so we're going to discuss it. But if you're an odds maker, you're like, okay, Denver, running back, but they got J.K. and they just drafted R.J., so whatever, not running back. And then you go not wide receiver, they trade for Jalen Waddle. There it is, blah blah blah. And then you look at tight end and you see this hole, you see this gap, you see this lack of production from the position. So if I were to merely guess who the odds makers are saying the Broncos' first pick will be, it has to be a tight end, right?
You know what's funny is my mind went there too when I saw this segment, but tight end is actually fourth on the list. Tight end is fourth on the list.
No.
Let me hit you with the other options.
Don't. It's not. Oh, God.
So the favorite, actually tied for the favorite, is linebacker at 2.5 to 1.
Okay.
And then they group in defensive line and edge as one, also at 2.5 to 1, which is very weird to me because if you told me they're going to take a defensive lineman to replace John Franklin Myers, I'd believe you.
Sure.
If you told me they're going to take an edge, I don't think I would, other than the fact if Jonah Ellis moves to inside linebacker, maybe they go an edge.
I would counter that and say it's a stronger edge class. It's a stronger defensive line class as well. So, like, maybe there's just somebody there that they can't deny at the edge position, like, okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's strange. So
tight end is
linebacker,
fourth.
Linebacker, 2.5 to 1.
Okay.
Defensive line edge, 2.5 to 1.
Okay.
Offensive lineman, 4 to 1. And tight end, 4.25 to 1. So they even have O-line ahead of tight end.
For their very first pick.
For their very first pick.
Wow.
Now, Bowles is getting a little older. McGlinchey's getting a little older. Powers, we think it's probably his last year with the Broncos.
Sure.
But I don't buy O-line being ahead of tight end, and it sounds like you don't either.
No, not at all. In fact, Kev, if you can find that I gave to you guys maybe 2 weeks ago, since George Payton has been hired, the Denver Broncos are the 32nd team in the league when it comes to spending draft pick resources on offensive linemen. George Payton drafts, they're number one in corner. They draft corner double the amount, percentage-wise, that the rest of the league does under George Payton. And under George Payton, 32 teams, they're 32. They're the last team in the league when it comes to spending resources on offensive linemen. So for Vegas to have the offensive line be third and above tight end, like inside linebacker, I get the edge D-line thing, maybe just because the strength of the class is there, but to say tight end is behind offensive line when George Payton doesn't draft offensive linemen, that's preposterous to me.
So I love how I said the odds makers know, and now Cecil Lammy's telling me they don't know. They don't know. The odds makers don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about. And I would trust you more than I would trust the odds makers.
Why O-line, though?
Well, you have the data to back it up. You have the facts to back it up. George doesn't take offensive linemen, and look, their offensive line, it's solidified. We know who the 5 starters are.
Isn't that great?
We know Palcho is going to be back as a rotational piece as well.
Frank Crum in there kicking around somewhere.
Well, he's like Bo Nix's best friend. They hang out everywhere.
Yeah.
Did you see Frank was at the Nuggets game again with Bo the
Yeah.
other night? But what do you make of the favorites being linebacker, DL, edge? I mean, it is going defense, defense, defense.
Yeah.
You're going to do a ton of draft coverage for us, as you always do. When you're sitting here talking about pick 62, do you expect it to be on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, and I would say this. I hope not, honestly. And if they do, I'm going to try to have to talk myself into not losing my mind on the air. I know some people like when I do, but I actually don't. It's stressful. It's stressful because we know the offense needs to work. Where is the weak spot on the Denver Broncos? It's tight end.
And I think
clear.
I think you could argue running back if J.K. Dobbins isn't healthy.
Yes.
If Dobbins is healthy, they're fine. But guess what? He got hurt last year. He didn't play in the AFC title game. Could have played in the AFC title game. Wanted to play in the AFC title game. Didn't. To me, running back, and this is 7.5 to 1, a running back. If they go running back round 2, I'm not going to be screaming. Are you?
No, not at all. And I'd say this: and it's such a weird class. Jeremiah Love will be the first running back off the board, and maybe not in the top 10 now. I'll talk to some more people, but since Kansas City got Kenneth Walker, it's like, okay, where's Jeremiah Love go? That might be the only first-round running back. The next running back is Jadarian Price, his Notre Dame teammate. If there's a chance Price is in that 50 range and he falls out of the first round and gets towards 50, 55, where the Broncos could strike, I mean, that changes the math. The draft is fluid. If you get that sort of talent, because he's a returner as well.
Yeah.
If you get that sort of talent at the running back position and he falls that far, you've got to pounce. And that's where this whole thing, it could be, 7 to 1, whatever the odds are. That could be what comes to fruition based on who's going to be there. Like, tight ends will be there. Max Clare will be there. Eli Stowers should be there. Running backs, I don't know where Jadarian Price is going to go, because after Price, not my opinion, but evaluators' opinions, is like, yeah, you just wait till the 4th round. You'll get Mike Washington. You'll get Nick Singleton. You'll get Jonah Coleman, whoever.
Well, we did that with Audric Estime.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How'd that work out for us?
And they were at the end of that running back run. So one thing that Mason and I talk about on Orange Blue today is like, you want to start the run. You don't want to be at the end where you're just waiting for your pick to come around. We've all done it in fantasy football drafts of like, oh, damn it, I didn't pick whoever, and now I got to wait till my turn. So if you're the Broncos, don't do the Audric Estime. Don't get Estime where you're at the end of the run and you just got to take who's left over.
And then I think inside linebacker would be the one position that I wouldn't be, bouncing off the walls for, but it would be a good, solid pick. You obviously cut Dre Greenlaw, moved on. He didn't want to be here. It didn't work out, whatever. Yeah. You re-signed Singleton and Stranad, but if it's an inside linebacker at 62, not the sexiest of picks, but I think Broncos country would probably be okay with it because, yeah, I know Singleton got a good deal from the Broncos, but these NFL contracts are never what they seem on the surface. It may be a real one-year deal for Singleton. I think starting to think about that because I feel like a broken record, but they have not had elite. They've had solid, but they have not had elite inside linebackers literally since Danny Trevathan and Brandon Marshall.
It's 10 years.
When they won Super Bowl 50.
You're going on 10 years. Now, I think I can change your mind. I think. And I say this with no hyperbole, and I know I'm emotional opinionated, and I tend to have some hyperbolic nature. It's fine. It's theater of the mind, everybody.
You do.
Trying to put on a show here.
I've never witnessed that before.
Right.
Yeah.
I've never at all. This is a historic inside linebacker class, and I've never said that. I've been on air for 23 years. I've never said that. I've never said this is a historic inside linebacker class. So if they were to take an inside linebacker, I'll just say Jacob Rodriguez, the Texas Tech kid. If they were to take an ILB in round 2, I would stand up and applaud. I would think that was great because you're taking it from such a strong class. When it was a strong quarterback class a couple years ago, they took one, right?
Yep.
Bo Nix, pretty good. Might want to hang on to that guy. When they had a historic tight end class just a year ago, and I understand they like Terrence Ferguson, but you didn't move up and get him. You took R.J. Harvey there. So with that tight end class, you waited until the 7th round to get Caleb Lohner. That's a basketball player. That's a garage project. He's not an actual tight end. So last year they had this great class. I mean, guys, just Oronde Gadsden, who the Chargers ended up getting, freak playmaker from Syracuse, and they just ignored the position. Then they take some basketball player in the 7th round. That doesn't count. For me, if they dip their toe, this is the best inside linebacker class I've ever seen in 25 years. If they don't take an ILB, like at some point, 2nd round, 4th round, please not after that, then I think they're just ignoring the strength of the class.
Yeah, no, I do too. I think it just is, it's time to spend a premium pick. And to me, 2nd round's still premium. Do you agree? Yes. 2nd round's still premium.
I say it's the first 3 rounds are premium picks.
It's time to spend a premium pick on an inside linebacker. I think you'll be fine next season with Stranad and Singleton, but getting someone in there, and we'll see how the whole Joan Ellis thing works out. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I think it's time they draft an inside linebacker in the 2nd round.
I hope so.
All right, the NBA and NHL playoffs are coming sooner rather than later, and the standings are fascinating in both conferences for different reasons. We'll dive into best matchups for the Nuggets and Avs next.
The Denver Broncos are staring down this year's NFL draft, and one thing's impossible to ignore. They need a tight end. Not a project, not a maybe, a real weapon. Someone who can stretch the field, win the seam, give Bo Nix a safety blanket this offense flat out doesn't have. Because last season, the production wasn't there. The red zone threat wasn't there. And in Sean Payton's system, that position's supposed to be a problem for defenses, not for Denver. So the question heading into draft night is simple. Are the Broncos willing to invest a draft pick in a tight end? Who becomes the missing piece in an offense that's begging for a matchup nightmare?
I want a tight end.
I know.
That's what I want. Bad. I didn't want a tight end for a long time. You got to find one in the draft. It's just the way it is. If you want to try to get a great one, you got to find that guy in the draft. So sign me up for that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Josh over here to talk to you about something serious. I know we may joke about our sex lives from time to time with our buddies and our crew, but let's be real for a second. Do you have a good sex life? Do you have a healthy sex life? If you answer no to those questions, I can guess that you don't have a healthy relationship right now. Sex matters. And if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you and your partner closer together. How do you do that? I'm glad you asked. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99. That's going to include a talk with the Colorado licensed medical provider. After they draw your blood, they're going to give you a couple of options. One of those options is to take the test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money, fellas. But listen up. It works. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. You might owe that to your partner, depending on how long you've been putting this off. And I promise you're not going to have to drive an hour to get anywhere. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. There's one 20 minutes from where your feet are right now. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So stop with the poor excuses. You're going to run out of those at some point, and call my team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, 720-440-7900 or online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity in action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in? Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ductworks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducts collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for almost 50 years, my firm has stood beside families recovering from car accidents. We live here, we work here, and we fight for people here. Over the years, we've helped our clients win more than $1 billion, giving them the compensation they deserve. If you've been injured in an accident, you don't have to face it alone. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit willhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or willhitewins.com. We're here for Coloradans when it matters most.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Really fascinating time of the year with the NBA and NHL playoffs right around the corner. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Obviously, the Avs have clinched the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. We can get into which team they may face in round 1, and of course the fact that they've now locked in Dallas and Minnesota playing in the first round. But let's start in the NBA, Cecil, because the Lakers, dude, they are in trouble. The Lakers are in big trouble right now. Couldn't happen to a nicer team.
Exactly. Yeah, and life is about timing. And the timing of the Luka injury, which when you watch it and you watch it back of how he was immediately holding that leg, you're like, oh, that's pretty bad. That's going to linger a while. And now the Lakers seem to be kind of spiraling, circling down the drain, if you will.
Yeah, you got Luka and Austin Reeves going to Europe to get special treatment right now.
I wonder what that's about.
We're
only left to wonder.
Yes, but the Lakers are now 50-29. Nuggets are 51-28. LA holds the tiebreaker, but if the Nuggets win their last 3 games, they will be the number 3 seed in the Western Conference playoffs after the Lakers got obliterated by OKC last night. If the playoffs started today, it'd be Nuggets, Wolves, and it'd be Lakers, Rockets.
Okay.
What scares me about that is I think both the Lakers and Rockets, and I understand Houston's back on track and they've won 7 in a row, but they don't scream threat to me. They just don't. Nuggets, Wolves would be a dogfight because it just is when those two teams play.
Yes.
And I feel like Lakers, Rockets would be such an afterthought because, yeah, I'd get attention because it's the Lakers, but if there's no Luka, no Reeves, LeBron's pouting, whatever, Kevin Durant, regardless, whoever wins that series is going to get crushed by the Thunder, probably in 4 or 5 games.
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of temptation to say, I think I want a part of the Lakers or the Rockets in the first round, and therefore the Nuggets losing a game or 2 in these final 3 to fall to the 4 or the 5 may not be the worst idea in the world.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you look at this situation, you go, okay, what's best for this team? And I think this Nuggets team responds to challenges. I think they respond to challenges that sometimes they put themselves out in front of them. But the way that Nikola Jokic does this whole like Terminator mode, I don't know a better description for it, but he just goes into this like, I'm going to do it and you're not going to stop me. Like he did against Wemby, right? When they play San Antonio, and this just beautiful performance, an instant classic against the Spurs just a few days ago. So because of that, I like the testing that is provided because you're not going to get tested by the Lakers. That's going to be a rollover, probably not even gentleman's sweep. If you play the Rockets, that might be a gentleman's sweep. Okay, that's fine, but what do you learn? Are you tested? Are you getting better? Imagine the confidence you can build from beating Minnesota. And let's say it doesn't go 7 games. Because when you say Timberwolves, I go, it might be 7 games. But let's say it doesn't, right? They beat them in 6 or they beat them in 5. Gentleman's sweep. The confidence that you can gain from beating that opponent in that manner can build momentum. Life's about momentum towards your next round's matchup, which will be OKC.
Well, or if you're the 3, it would be San Antonio.
It would be San Antonio, which is bad enough anyway because, well, they're going to be a challenge as well. I said it this entire season. San Antonio is a year away. No, they're not. They could win the NBA championship this year. San Antonio they're ahead of schedule, in my opinion.
But the history of the league really doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't. But it's not going to be long before OKC is kind of like getting picked apart, right? They had a special situation where their contracts were structured like they didn't really lose anybody. So they're still together. There's going to be a time, and maybe it starts next year, where OKC starts getting plucked and San Antonio just keeps getting stronger. And the Nuggets are sitting here like, hey, we're number 2, we're number 3. Nah. You better get Joker another ring before San Antonio gets all of them.
Yeah. No, you're right. It could just be an absolute dogfight between the Spurs and Thunder in the Western Conference Finals the next 4, 5, 6 years.
Are we looking at another Tim Duncan era?
It feels that way. And you want to make sure Nikola Jokic does get a second championship ring, and that's probably this season. And that's why I agree with you, because I have said kick the Oklahoma City down the road as far as possible. To me, if you're the 3, then you can't play them till the Western Conference Finals. And guess what? If you got to play Minnesota round 1, we'll see what the health of Ant-Man is like. But then the Spurs in round 2, I think the Nuggets can win that series. I think they can win it in 6 or 7. And then you're talking about building confidence.
Yeah.
That's where we're on the same page. If you do take down Wemby and the Spurs, then you're going to go into the Western Conference Finals saying, we can do this, we can beat the Thunder,
right,
and we can have another title here in Denver, our second in 4 years.
Do you think there would be an exhale, if you will? Let's play that scenario. It's Nuggets Spurs, and the Nuggets win 6 or 7. Do you think OKC goes, we're glad we got Denver instead of San Antonio?
San Antonio's kind of had their number.
They can't beat San Antonio.
But
so it's like, could the Nuggets take advantage of that? Because you'd have an opponent that'd be like, we got the Nuggets. And then you could beat them.
Potentially. But you also look at all these OKC guys going on all these podcasts last year, and they say their most challenging series was Denver. And that was the second of 4 series they had to play.
MPJ with a diaper on his shoulder and AG being banged up.
Exactly. It was Nuggets 5.5, 6 guys. So I don't think the Thunder would necessarily relax. I think they respect Denver.
Okay.
But at the same time, you're right. San Antonio has had a nice history this year of beating them that they may privately feel like they're glad it's not the Spurs. We'll see how it all shakes out, but this is every day between now and the playoffs, breaking down the standings, the matchups, where the Nuggets are at. Let's flip it over to the NHL. So the Avalanche are going to be the 1 seed in the West. They wrapped that up last night. They can play a number of teams in the first round seeds. So they could play Nashville. They could play LA. They could play San Jose. They could play Winnipeg. Technically St. Louis or Seattle, but those are long shots at this point in time. Do you have a preference, or are you just saying, Avs, you got to win in 4, not 5, 4. Whoever you get in round 1, take care of in 4.
Yeah.
Let Dallas and Minnesota go 7, beat each other up, and you can just sit there with your feet up for 8 days before we all know what will be an epic round 2 series.
Yeah, that'll be the epic round 2 that everybody's looking forward to. So I agree with you in the first round. Just TCB. Take care of business. Don't let anyone hang around. Don't drop your gloves. Don't give them any sort of window. And I'm not even talking about an advantage to, they sneak back into the series and they absolute. No, baby. That's not even what it's about.
They're not losing round 1.
They're not losing round 1. So because of that, TCB, 4 and out, and then you get to kick up your skates, kick up your feet, and kind of wait to see who beats each other up and who do you get in round 2.
Well, and it's so funny because everyone says, oh, Minnesota's going to do us a favor. Minnesota's going to do us a favor.
Sure about that?
I don't think so. I feel it's destiny, right? For the Avs to get their 4th cup in franchise history, I feel like they got to go through Dallas.
They got to slay the dragon.
Now, if the Wild beat the Stars, I'm not going to be complaining. Like, if they want to take down Mikko Rantanen and the Stars in round 1, that's A-okay with me. But it does feel like it's inevitable Avs Stars round 2. That said, Gary Bettman's playoff format, for as much as we complain about it, it actually is doing the Avs a solid this year. Because you're making Minnesota and Dallas play in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 2nd best team and 3rd best team in the West.
Right.
Bettman, in his weird ass-backwards logic, is actually doing the Colorado Avalanche a favor this season. Sometimes you're on the right side of these things, and I'm not going to shed a tear because I have already seen it. A lot of Dallas fans are upset they have to play Minnesota. A lot of Minnesota fans are upset they have to play Dallas.
Right.
So what? Not our problem.
Go be better in the regular season. How do you avoid this whole playoff weirdness in the NHL? Be the number 1 seed.
Would you be openly rooting for the Wild in that series?
I mean, I hate Minnesota, and I pretty much hate the Stars, so it's hard when if the Raiders play the Raiders, right? Like that's what it's like for me. Like I hate Minnesota, I hate Dallas. So it'd be. The word root, I would say, is difficult for me to say I'm rooting for Minnesota. I would just say this. It would be advantageous for the Colorado Avalanche if Minnesota got through and Dallas did not.
Yes, it would. There's no doubt about it.
I ain't rooting for either one of those teams because forget them.
Well, you know what? I'm rooting for 7 games and triple overtime in Game 7. Play till 3 in the morning.
Okay.
No legs left for whoever inevitably comes out of that series. All right, time to check your X. What's on our timeline? What do you need to know ahead of your lunch break? We will tell you. Coming up next.
The Denver Nuggets are headed to the playoffs, but the only question that matters now is who do we want in round 1? You want the Wolves, the team that's been barking all year, talking like they're ready to take the throne? Do you want the Lakers, the drama, the spotlight that Team Denver has owned recently? Or do you want the Rockets, young, fearless, and convinced they're the next problem in the West? Every matchup is a different vibe. Every opponent brings a different kind of smoke. And the road to another ring starts with one choice. Wolves, Lakers, Rockets. Pick your fight, Denver.
I mean, at this point, do you want 3rd? Do you want to stay at 4th? Stoke, you brought up an interesting scenario where you say, what, drop down to...
No, I was just saying, like, it wouldn't be the worst thing not to get...
Stay at 4 or 5 to get the Lakers in the first round?
Right. So, Lakers fall, Rockets jump you and the Lakers, and then now you're just sitting there with the Lakers with no Luka and no Austin Reeves.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes, they refer you out for estate planning, they refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, there's a lot going on, as there always is in the social media world. Cecil Lammy, I'll let you take it away for Check Your Ex.
Well, and I wanted to introduce this because we each have interesting stories, because I like to replay of the Val Nichushkin between your legs goal. So I wanted to know, Ramoslaw.com text line, and also on our YouTube chat, 303-713-1043, if you want to text us in. Like, what was your sports moment? Like, your sports play? Because your story's probably the best. Kev's got a real good one. I'm okay, but like a between the legs goal. Who does that? And then what was your like best sports moment? I'll start. For me, it was in a game hitting a buzzer beater from the 3-point line. It's when I was with Pine Bluffs, not Grover, because my coach at Grover would be like, "You never made anything." Like, yeah, Coach Hodson, we got you, baby. No. This was when I was at Pine Bluffs and playing for Coach Gorman and actually playing basketball. I was able to hit a 3-pointer that if I'm outside 15 feet, I can't shoot. But for whatever reason, the stars aligned and the heavens opened up and the Lord looked down on me and said, "Hey, you poor schlub, you're going to make this 3-pointer." So I hit a buzzer beater to win a game one time.
That's awesome.
And it was great. One of those moments outside of my teammates on Pine Bluffs, hardly anybody will remember it. But for me, just no, I'm like Christian Brown, a terrible version of Christian Brown, where I get the ball at the 3-point line. I'm like, really? And nobody closes out. So I'm like, blanket. I'm just going to take this shot. And I did, and it went in.
Is there long-lost game footage of someone up there with like a camcorder get your buzzer beater somewhere?
Yeah, I think the camcorders back in the 90s were like yay big on the shoulder. I do have my old high school football film. Not very much high school basketball footage. There's like a picture of me from the newspaper grabbing a rebound, but that's about it. But for me, I know it's a little bit lame, but it was a cool moment because I'm not a three-point shooter. But the sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again, and I got that buzzer beater three-pointer.
Nothing but nylon at the buzzer.
Yeah, so in honor of Nichushkin's between-the-legs goal, which I liked on Twitter, I want to know what's your all's best sports story.
Kev, go ahead.
I think, I remember when I made my first three-pointer in a basketball game. That was really special. I was in the corner, and then we ran the same play, and I hit 2 in a row. I was like, oh, my gosh.
Okay, you are Kevin Garnett.
I'm J.J. Redick here. But probably the most memorable one was the softball game on 4th of July a few years ago at Bearcat Jim's house.
You love this thing. You love this story.
Because Stokely's chirping in my ear on the PA system. Chicken fingers can't hit the ball. He's 0-2. Oh, here we go. Can't hit. And sure enough, I somehow got a hold of one, and it went a mile. And I didn't know it was a walk-off until I was like, I really got to run the bases. And they made me run the bases. Dreesen's throwing water on me. So, yeah, it was one of those like, all right, this is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool moment.
The walk-off homer at the 4th of July softball game? Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think that's legitimate. I mean, you had a lot of ex-Broncos out there that you were impressing that day.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
I mean, guys who played at a pretty darn high level, and there you are.
Guys who kind of passed in the Super Bowl,
Hitting walk-off dingers.
Got a touchdown in 35.
Yeah.
Still got that touchdown.
Yeah.
It was like the only good play. Super Bowl 35 is terrible. Ravens-Giants. Awful game. Stokely had a touchdown in the game.
Yeah, the first touchdown. He talks about that, there was a guy who had a ticket on him. First touchdown score. Because, back in the day, it wasn't just on the tip of your fingers with an app. You had to go to Vegas and bet Brandon Stokely at 40-1 or whatever to score the first touchdown of the game.
Okay.
I'm going to call an audible on mine. I told you one off air, but I actually have one that's better for on air.
Really? Because your off air story is pretty. You get carried off a field. That's pretty good, dude.
Yeah, but Kev made me think of something with his, performing well in front of former Broncos. I performed well in front of NBA players, which was exciting. So when I had my first job in Denver, 2013 or so, I was working with Doug Ottewell, who's a friend of a lot of people here at the station.
Doug's a great hooper.
And and the woman who was the in-game entertainment for the Nuggets was in our office.
Okay.
And she said, I need someone to do our shooting promotion tonight on the court or whatever. And Doug's like, well, why don't you get Will? And I'm like, sure, I'll do it. What do I have to do?
Right.
And this was 2013. You had to make a layup, a free throw, a three-pointer, and a half-court shot for a chance to win a car.
Oh,
for a chance
I know
to
this
win
story.
a car.
I know how it ends, too.
Yes, and you only had 30 seconds, and you had to get your own rebounds. So the odds you even get the half-court shot are slim to none.
They didn't even help you out with the rebounds?
No, you had to get your own. Dude, they're giving away a car.
What if you had a long shot and this weird rebound?
Good luck. Go get your rebound. So it's Nuggets Clippers, and this is Lob City Clippers, boys. This is like Chris Paul, Blake Griffin.
Yes.
Vaughn Miller was sitting courtside with his backpack. Remember, he used to take his backpack with him when he was sitting courtside.
What was in it?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
And my buddy tells me, no joke, the Clippers were not paying attention to their coach. They were watching you.
They were watching you.
So I'm in front of 18,000 people at Ball Arena, and I get the layup, and I make it. And I'm like, thank goodness. I didn't embarrass myself in front of all these people. I made the layup, and I get the rebound, and I go and I shoot the free throw. And I nail it. Perfect swoosh on the free throw. This gets the crowd's attention because they're like, this isn't just some schlub. Like, this dude can actually shoot a basketball.
Yeah.
So I go in and shoot the three, and Doug's got video of it. And as the three's in the air, he says, got it. And it felt so good out of my hands, boys. It felt so good out of the hands. And it was right on line, hit back rim, bounced off.
No.
But I tracked down the rebound, and as the buzzer's about to go off, I did make the three at the buzzer. And they were honoring the 1994 Nuggets who upset the Seattle Supersonics.
Yes.
And I got a signed jersey by that entire team, including Dikembe Mutombo.
Yes.
It's here at the station right now. I know
I
Cecil
cuss
has
at you
seen it.
because it should be in a frame. Dude, if you're not going to frame that, let me buy that. That 94 Nuggets team, that's a special jersey. I look at it. It's a Dikembe jersey. It's got his signature. There's Fonz's signature. Like, dude, what are you doing? Why is that jersey full disclosure, right now, it's on a shelf in our digital studio.
Yeah, it looks good on my freshly graded digital show.
It does, but it would look much better in a frame.
All right, we'll have this conversation more. Regardless, as I was walking up
That's
the court,
the greatest story.
I got a bunch of high fives from like people sitting courtside, like, oh, you can actually shoot. I really wish I had gotten a launch from half court to win the car.
Yeah.
Because if you make that, then you're like on Sports Center and stuff.
Right,
Then it's
right.
super duper viral. So, Chris Paul and Blake Griffin watching me hit a three. I think I'm going to go with that as my number one athletic accomplishment.
I think you have the best story of all of us. That's for sure.
I don't know, hitting a walk-off home run in front of Bearcat Jim and Brandon Stokely.
That's pretty good, too. Yeah, mine's the most lame one. I fully admit it. So let us know, RamosLaw.com text line, what's your best sports moment? We'll share a couple of those. Give us that Jalen Waddle or whatever. Well, we don't use Jameis anymore since we can't find it.
Waddle.
Waddle. Is that what you did? Okay, next story. And I have to be very careful with this one. But we all saw the Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel photos that have surfaced from an Arizona resort. Of course, last week, the owners' meetings, and now there's photos of Diana and Coach Vrabel like holding hands and sitting in a hot tub and just kind of enjoying each other's company, which is two adults, doing what adults can do. Although I've never sat in a hot tub with a friend like that. So, okay, this is weird. So, Kane Dad 19 on Twitter says exclusive. Chris Collinsworth and Pat Mahomes caught holding hands at a resort in Arizona, and they have fun. This is where AI rules the world. They AI'd a picture of Mahomes and Collinsworth together, holding, looking at each other longingly. The eyes, the stars in their eyes. They're in love because, of course, Chris Collinsworth. Now, here's a guy who's going to blow bubbles at Pat Mahomes all the time. So, anytime the internet can do this, they're doing it with the Tiger Woods, DUI photos, which I think is less funny because it's a Dewey, but whatever. It still makes you chuckle. When it's 4th and 1, my team comes out in shotgun and it's got the Tiger look on the face. So those memes are going around now. But I strongly encourage everyone to follow along on this Mike Vrabel story. And then the one with Chris Collinsworth and Pat Mahomes. This is a Coldplay moment. It's just the NFL version of it now.
Yes. No,
but they're totally friends. They totally are not doing anything sexual or anything like that. And anything to suggest otherwise. Friends just hold hands. We'll hold hands. Kev, I'm holding your hand this break. Watch out. I'm going out. Joey, holding your hand. Spivak. I might have already held Spivak's hand. That's what friends do, right? We're holding hands.
We'll see how Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini navigate this situation moving forward.
Oh, lying, basically, is what you're saying. Allegedly, or whatever I have to say.
Well, and the meme you showed was Collinsworth and Mahomes, which is obviously photoshopped, obviously.
Right.
But remember, during the divisional round, Tony Romo called Josh Allen Patrick Mahomes when it was Broncos-Bills at Empower Field in Mile High. We're like, oh, gosh.
Can you get him off your mind for just a second?
Just a second. It's Bo Nix and Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes went 6-11. He's not
we
here.
need a Photoshop. Yes, Kev, I have to. I have to call on someone for the tribe, someone that's good at Photoshop. Kevin Kistner and Bo Nix standing on a balcony, holding hands, looking at each other. Because, Kev, you love him. You love it. You got a Bo Nix t-shirt on right now, baby. You love him. It's okay.
Yeah, but not
It's
like
okay
that.
to say, no, baby, love. It's love. You love him.
Well, it's just Rossini and Vrabel. You're just holding hands.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nothing
There's nothing.
We're just friends.
Yeah, exactly. You're just
Okay.
friends with Bo Nix. He's your favorite guy in the world.
I'm scared of what this picture's going to come out to be.
So many good text submissions as well. 303-713-1043.
Your favorite plays?
About your best sports moment as well.
yes. We got to get to those end of the next segment. We'll get to that.
We'll hit some of those next, as well as a huge win for the Avs last night in St. Louis, plus the Nuggets. On paper, they should roll tonight. Wait till you hear what the spread is against the Grizzlies. All that coming up on the other side.
Get ready, Broncos country. This is the event you've been waiting for. Join Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak as they reunite to relive their legendary Super Bowl 50 run. It's Night of Champions, a live, unforgettable show packed with stories, memories, and a behind-the-scenes look at one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan wants you to be there. Enter now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets at DenverSports.com/champions. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime night with the heroes of Super Bowl 50.
Well, spring is here. It's a great time to open your windows. Wait a second, what? Your windows don't open easily? They leak, or they're broken, or they need repainting again? Well, that's where you need to call my friends, Window Nation. Check them out online, windownation.com. They can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. You could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home with Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale. It's going on right now. You could also get your windows with 0% interest financing for 5 years. And during uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value, so replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from my friends Window Nation. Again, online, windownation.com. It is the more you buy, the more you save sale. Installation crews that you can trust, factory inspections, on-site inspections. These guys do it all. They do it the right way. It's windownation.com. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film. I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar today at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar today at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life. And if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick
Join 2015 Denver Broncos greats Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and former head coach Gary Kubiak as they look back at their Super Bowl 50 run. Night of Champions live show that will feature a dynamic panel discussion, football stories and memories, giving fans an all-access look at one of the greatest seasons in football history. And we, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, want you to be there. Enter now at denversports.com/champions for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Real quick, Cease, I know you guys have been promoting this week, but that is an awesome, epic prize.
Yes.
To be in the building that night with Manning, Sanders, Miller, Ware, Talib, Ward, and Coobs. Wow.
Yeah.
How cool.
Well, and we remember in covering this team as long as you and I have of like that era, just the Peyton Manning era, full stop. That's all we got to say. Those 4 years hold such a special place in my heart, and knowing those men and the way that you and I do, just being around them and the stories that they've shared and just being around that sort of attitude. The Manning Broncos had attitude, and you're going to be able to witness that, hear those stories. Coobs is here. Like, it's going to be a great time.
Yeah, my favorite Aqib Talib story, and I'll keep it brief, was he was doing radio for us once a week at a different stick in town, and he got paid for doing the radio, which is common.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know, these big-time athletes, they want a few bucks to come on and do the radio.
Right.
And he knew me as Big Red, and I was his check guy.
Okay.
I was producing at the time. The problem is we only paid Aqib once a month, but he got paid for 4 appearances, but he would only get 1 check. And so I would bring him his check in the open locker room, and then I'd be down there the next week, you know, gathering sound, whatever, for the radio station, and Aqib would literally yell across the locker room, "Yo, Big Red, where's my check?" And, like, the whole team would be looking at me, and I'd be like, Aqib, I've explained this to you like 9 times.
Right.
You get a check once a month,
Right,
you know?
right.
And obviously he was having fun. He understood
Sure.
it. But it was just so classic Aqib Talib. Like, I'm this, 26-year-old radio producer, all nervous being in the Broncos locker room, and Aqib Talib's calling me out in front of the whole team. "Where's my check?"
Hey,
and I'm,
Red.
yeah, Big Red. Aqib, I'll get you your check. And also, you make more in 1 second of football than you make on the, like, but as someone once explained it to me, their football checks, the agents want a piece of that,
Right.
the taxes,
Yes.
family perhaps. These checks, that was just their side money. Aqib knew when he got his radio check, he was just going to go
Little side
spend it in
dollars.
whatever way he felt
Yes.
fitting. All right, what was your biggest takeaway from the Avalanche last night in St. Louis? 3-1 win to wrap up the Central Division and the number 1 seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah, clinching that and allowing them to coast now for the rest of the regular season. For me, it wasn't revenge. I didn't think personally wanted St. Louis, and I know this team hadn't lost a series, so you'd be like, you don't want to lose a series and want to beat against St. Louis. But I never thought this team was out for revenge. But rebound control on Sunday was such a problem. Such a problem with Mackenzie Blackwood in net. And the defense in front of Blackwood just isn't as good as the defense in front of Wedgwood for whatever reason. Nobody can explain it. If somebody can, I'm all ears. But the defensive response after the previous performance, it was outstanding. Like, that's the Colorado Avalanche that you should know. It took until period 3 for St. Louis to get to double-digit shots. Like, that's craziness. And I think the disparity in the first period was at like 20-3, 17-3, whatever it was.
It was a beatdown, yeah.
Yeah, it was an absolute beatdown. So offensively, you're firing at the net. And then defensively, you're just not giving St. Louis any chance to do much of anything. So the first takeaway is, hey, thank you, defense, because that's the kind of defense you need to play, honestly, no matter who's in net.
Yeah, no, it was a great defensive performance from the Avs, and it felt like After what happened on Sunday, they weren't going to mess around. They weren't going to delay the inevitable. You had a chance to win the division. You did it.
They dominated.
You had a chance to be the number 1 seed in the conference. You did it. That's all wrapped up. President's Trophy will get wrapped up almost assuredly tomorrow night when you beat a bad Calgary Flames team. The Carolina Hurricanes can get a possible 114, but the Avs would hold the tiebreaker. You do the math, 2 points tomorrow night. They'll be at 114, and they'll be President's Trophy winners. Does the whole curse of the President's Trophy bother you at all? Because there is especially in recent history, there is a strong correlation between you win the President's Trophy and you lose way earlier than anyone expected in the playoffs.
Right.
Or is this group so dominant, so good, so professional that any sort of curse, and I'm putting that in air quotes, isn't going to bother this group?
The only thing that knocks this thing off the tracks is Dallas. That's it. So I don't need a curse. I don't believe in the Madden curse. I don't believe in any really sports curses.
Sports Illustrated cover jinx was a famous one for a long time.
Yeah, for when Sports Illustrated was a thing. How long ago has that been, right? So I look at it and I go, okay, there's a curse, President's Trophy. Yeah, you guys are built to win it all. You're built to be absolutely unstoppable. And other than Dallas, there's really not a team that can hang with the Avalanche, especially when you go, playoff series, win or go home. It's going to be the Avs having a parade, provided that they can get past the Stars. That's it. So curse, no curse. Where's the curse? What's going on with the curse? Yeah, doesn't matter. Where's Dallas?
Here was head coach Jared Bednar on clinching the division and the Western Conference.
Feels great, yeah. I mean, we're not throwing parades or, that kind of stuff yet. But we're happy with where we're at. I mean, we should celebrate it a little bit because it's a big goal of ours to start the year, and now we've accomplished part of it, and we'll stay focused here. We got 5 games to go, and we keep working on our game and dialing in some things, so we feel really good about our game going into the playoffs.
Oh, our timing was so good there. You're talking about throwing parades and Betsy. Betsy right here?
Feels great, yeah. I mean, we're not throwing parades or, that kind of stuff yet. So
we're not throwing parades yet.
Yet. I love that he says yet.
Mm-hmm.
You should in sports and in life. Aim high, get those high results, right? And that's Lord Stanley's Cup. That's the hardest trophy in sports to win. Go get that thing.
And a big player that could help them do that is Valeri Nichushkin. He was awesome last night.
Yes.
2 goals.
Yes.
Goals 16 and 17 on the season. We've talked a lot about the second one, but the first one, too, that deserves more attention. Devon Taves launches from the point. Nichushkin, just a gorgeous tip off the post and in.
Yeah.
If this guy plays to the level that he played at when they won the Cup in 22, and then don't forget, in 23, maybe it was 24. Yeah, it was 24. After the Seattle thing, he had 7 goals in that first-round series against the Winnipeg Jets, and then looked like they were maybe going to beat the Stars, and then he got popped with the 50-game suspension, and it all went sideways. But we've seen moments where Nichushkin, he's not McKinnon, he's not Makar, but he can be the third-best player on the Avs team.
Right.
He hasn't looked that way for the majority of this year. He's looked fine. He's looked solid.
Yes.
But he hasn't wowed you. Last night, he kind of wowed me a little bit. Came awful close to a hat trick on a couple different occasions. If they get this version of Valeri Nichushkin, they may go 16-4 again and win the Cup again. Not predicting it, but if a guy like Nichushkin, who's thought of as luxury depth at this point in time, can play like a superstar, an even unbeatable team becomes more unbeatable.
Isn't it nice to know that it's still there? You know what I mean?
Yes.
He's still got it. And whether it's age, whether it's injury, whether it's, suspension and just kind of his life and honestly his addictions getting in the way, that's all been taken care of with Nichushkin. And you've got more people in the building than I do, but people around that team say he's in a really good spot, like personally wise, like life wise, which is great.
Yes.
And that leads to this sort of play as a capability, and it hasn't been there. It just hasn't been there. But to see it back, you'd be like, oh, I remember that Nichushkin. That Nichushkin's pretty damn good.
He was the best player on the ice last night. Mm-hmm. Last night, he was the best player on the ice.
Yeah.
He was flying around. He could have had a penalty shot when he got taken down late in that game, which would have given him a shot at the hat trick. He has a burst. Nathan McKinnon's got the best burst in the NHL, obviously.
He needs to use it on defense sometimes.
Little stray at the Hart Trophy winner. Okay.
You disagree?
I think there's a time and place for max effort.
There's a time that he saved some of that speed. He's like saving it for the offensive output. Just sometimes I'd like to see Nate use it on defense a little more.
Okay, fair enough.
It's fair.
But Nichushkin's huge. Like, Nichushkin's a big dude.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm in the locker room, you're like, not many guys make me feel small. Now, NBA players do.
Sure.
NFL
but you're
players
6'4"?
do. Yes.
Okay.
But NHL players, not a lot of NHL players make me feel small. I'm a bigger guy than most of them. Valerian Nichushkin's a big dude. His burst, Cecil, for how big he is really impressive because then he gets going downhill, and these defensemen don't stand a chance. Like, think about Sammy G. We all love Sam Girard. He's like 5'8". How are you going to stop a 6'4" man coming downhill at full speed?
Right. It's like Derrick Henry. You're just personally wetting yourself.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble.
Yes.
The other thing from last night that was scary was Nazem Kadri may or may not have well, we know he hurt something because he didn't play the second period and the third period midway through the second. Jared Bednar, real quick on Kadri.
No update. Couple days, give me a day or two, and we should know more and sort of figure out what his pain tolerance is. You know, I'm sure it's something that he may or may not be able to play through, but we'll just take it day by day and see how it goes.
May or may not be able to play through. We're thinking it's a finger at this point in time for Nazem Kadri. I'm just guessing. I don't have inside info on this. I'm just guessing that Nazem Kadri broke a finger last night.
Yes.
Or dislocated a finger, or you tossed out the word contusion, something like that. It was scary to not see him out there, but also I don't see any reason to play him in the final 5 games of the regular season.
No, I see 0% reason to get him out there. And if it is a broken finger, there's plenty of things they can do to allow him to get out there when the postseason arrives. But before then, based on this injury and based on you wrapping up your seed, just coast this thing. If they look more like the Colorado Eagles than the Colorado Avalanche, I'm fine with that for these next few games.
Yeah, if you have tickets, you probably don't love that. But if the Avs lose...
a lot of Bartikov tonight, everybody.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe get Taylor McCarr back in the mix, Kale's brother as well.
Right.
Yeah, maybe we will see a McCarr out there in the next few games. Not Kale, maybe we'll see Taylor. Scott Wedgwood was excellent last night. Had a scary collision with the goalpost, but he played the rest of the game. He's going to be fine. I think we all agree, or 90% of us agree, he's the number one goalie. Here's what winning the division in the West meant to him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you come into the season and your goal is playoffs, right? Make the playoffs, give yourself a chance, and then as pictures start to kind of form in your mind, so you can work to win your division and win the league and win the West and all that stuff that kind of comes with it. There's no do or die for it, but you have the opportunity for it, you're going to take it, right? Home ice, super important, regardless of round one. If you get all the way to round 4 and you got home ice, it's an advantage. You spend more days at home in between rounds. You spend more days at home. All that will hopefully pay dividends for us. But we've been not cruising all year. We've had some ups and downs, but I think with that hot start, I was able to really push the confidence and what you can do in the mind, and I think this lineup has taken advantage of that all year.
So he's talking about home ice there, and I know there's a lot of folks out there that say, home ice doesn't matter. In the playoffs, the home team wins 52% of the games. The road team wins 48% of the games. My pushback on that, Cease, would be what happened in Game 7 last year in Dallas. It got out of control in the third period. And why did it spiral out of control? Because once the Stars got momentum, you were on the road, you were in their barn, and you couldn't stop it. That comeback never happens if that game's in Denver. I think it is paramount importance. And I talked to Gabe Landeskog back at Media Day about this, that all Game 7s be at Ball Arena, and all Game 7s in the West will officially be at Ball Arena.
Nice.
And you're 2 points away from assuring that even if you play Carolina in the Stanley Cup Final, a Game 7, and that would be at Ball Arena. Where are you checking in today on the importance of home ice advantage now that they've secured it?
I think it's incredible to have that secured because that's what you go for. You want it to be, if it needs to be decided in a Game 7, it's at your spot. You need every single advantage for the toughest trophy in sports to win. And I often reiterate it, and I hope that I stop saying it. And it's on the Avs for me to stop saying this. They've only been past the second round once with Nathan MacKinnon. The one time they did it, they won it all.
Mm-hmm.
You're built to win it all again. Use every single advantage, including home ice. And it's great news that the Avs can now have that security.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's awesome. And again, the President's Trophy should be theirs tomorrow night. All right, let's pivot to the Nuggets while we still have another 10 minutes or so in this segment. Memphis in town tonight. Kind of funny that you're playing the Grizzlies. They were the team that you lost to before you started this 9-game winning streak. And Cease, you'll remember that game. It was on a Wednesday night, middle of March, and I know you guys came in, I know a lot of people came in that Thursday ticked off.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of people sort of saying, I've seen enough. This team can't do it. They're just frauds,
Right,
whatever.
right.
It surprised me the vitriol for a regular season loss, but Memphis is so bad. I understood
Yeah.
where it came from.
Right.
Tonight, the Grizzlies are only going to play 8 guys. I mean, their injury report is like a grocery receipt. It's ridiculously long. I think you not only need to win tonight, I think you need to win by 20-plus points.
Yeah. Get out there and perform in the way that you can perform and just take care of business. The best nights are when Joker doesn't play in the fourth quarter because like, hey, they wrapped it up. Joker gets some rest. And for whatever reason, there was some weird stuff going on with Val. And it's like, okay, was David Ottoman having some problems with the big fella? Like, what's going on there? Is that something now that's been different and you see his play better? My man Julian Strawther out there. I would love to see nothing more than a 20-point game from Julian Strawther. Why? Because you got to play the entire fourth quarter. Like, make something like that happen. And if the Nuggets play in the way that they can play, it will be Jamal resting, Joker resting, AG resting because he needs the rest. Like, that's what you should be able to do tonight.
Yeah, this game should be one that you tune into and at the end of the third quarter, you're like, I'm good. I've seen enough because the Nuggets are up 101-62.
Right.
You know,
right.
and it's just an absolute laugher. And Kev, I know he'll be flipping over that new episode of Survivor tonight, Survivor 50, really heating up. So that'd be good for Kev if they blow out the Grizzlies. You mentioned Valanciunas, though. I think that the last key question to me of the playoff rotation is Big Val in it? Is he not? And I would put him in it. Now, I'm not putting him in it for 20 minutes a game, but I think 8 to 10 minutes off the bench. I mean, the whole offseason and the first chunk of the regular season, we talked about you finally have a legitimate backup big for Nikola Jokic.
Right.
How can you justify not playing that guy 8 to 10 minutes a night in the postseason?
Yeah, and why was there some sort of hang-up? Again, recently it's been really good with Val, but why was there some sort of hang-up earlier where it's like, oh, okay, there's something wrong? Is it a personal thing? Is it an effort thing? Is it they don't practice a lot, but like, is it some sort of effort behind the scenes that David Ottoman needed to see? David Ottoman has done a really good job on this win streak, pushing the right buttons for all of his players. I wouldn't mind to see a rage timeout or a rage technical or just some rage from David Ottoman. He's so nice, right? Such a good cop. Well, you need a little bit of that bad cop, right? You need to get in their kitchen a little bit, put a boot in their ass sometimes. David Ottoman doesn't necessarily do that, but he is pushing buttons, commanding this thing the right way, and that's where guys like Val need that playoff moment. You know that Brucey B you can rely on. You know that THJ you can rely on to fill it up from the arc. I wouldn't mind some more Julian Strawther. Has his recent play kind of worked him a little bit? I take a dip with Strawther in the postseason of just like, bring him in. If his offense is good, keep him in. If his offense is bad, don't play him again. That's kind of where you're at with David Ottoman. But I trust his judgment because I've seen it over this win streak. He's making really good decisions in terms of lineup, personnel. Staggered lineups has been a thing. So we'll see what Ottoman has in store.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how it all shakes out tonight at Ball Arena. Should be a laugher, but with this Nuggets team, you never know if you're going to get a laugher or not. All right, Cecil, you asked for it, and people promised, or you promised we'd read some here, and people delivered.
Yes.
Best sports moments on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. All right, we'll start here. The 0384, I hit for a cycle in a D1 baseball game.
Wow.
That's impressive. That's really impressive. You got a single, double, triple, and home run in a D1 baseball game. That's better than any of the three that we offered. The 46-37, I hit a walk-off cycle in one of my Little League games. All my teammates rushed me at first base.
Nice.
Coach still made us run after the game. Come on, man.
Yeah, Coach, you big jerk, Coach. This one comes in from Broncos Maniac on YouTube. This is my sports moment. Remember the time Bobby Boucher showed up at the halftime of the Bourbon Bowl and the Mud Dogs won?
Waterboy, classic.
Okay, Waterboy,
Absolute
classic. We got you. But we all have those sports stories, and honestly, and maybe that's a good thing, we don't necessarily get to tell them all the time. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just because I'm old and I don't want to tell stories from high school. Hey, remember 1990?
Yeah.
It was awesome, guys, and you weren't even born, and Kev doesn't have no idea you were born, but Kev wasn't born.
I was born in May of 1990. I just got the tail end of your high school career.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. You can remember 1990, but it's kind of cool once in a while for us to break out some of these stories, because we all have them. There was always that one moment where the stars shined on you and you just came through, man, for your team, whether it's little league, high school, intramurals, like wherever. It's fun to relive that once in a while.
And Marty in Loveland is older than you. He said at the Crisis King School in Denver in the late 70s, I had a pick six that bounced off a kid's helmet. When I scored, I spiked the ball. They threw a flag on me because there was no spiking of the football.
Okay.
Marty, you should be able to spike for a pick six, man.
Yes.
Late 70s? I thought everyone said the 70s were chill and fun. Why didn't we allow spiking in the 70s?
Yeah, a little uptight there, that's for sure.
The 6'8", this is from Millhouse. I was a 2-time state champion, wrestling a 3-time state champion overtime, hit a late drop throw with 2 seconds left for the win. Now I'm 35, fat, and struggle to get off my couch.
But you've got those stories, as long as you don't try to put on your singlet, right? If you're fat and slobby and you're not in the same shape you were in high school, buy another singlet. If you ever get the idea that you want, some tight, you want to be taut, right? Everything put together, then hopefully you don't have your old singlet.
HZ in Fort Collins says, scoring an OT game-winning goal for my high school hockey team at home in front of a packed arena back in Wisconsin. It was a madhouse. High school hockey in Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah, serious business.
That's serious business. An OT goal, you probably did that in front of, 10, 12, 14,000 people. Pretty cool stuff. All right, keep them coming on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. There's a bunch more we haven't got to. I promise we read them all. We'll get to a few more on air as the program goes on. But in the meantime, Cecil, you know it, every day, new name for the Broncos to consider in the draft. It's Bo's Board Draft Edition coming up next.
3 series in, and the Colorado Rockies are, let's be honest, below 500 and have already taken a classic "why do I do this to myself" blowout. Why? But here's the twist. They're also weirdly competitive. Like, why am I still watching the 8th inning of a Rockies game competitive? This team isn't rolling over. They're not sleepwalking. They're not the automatic W they've been accused of being the last few years. They're scrapping. They're fighting. They're hanging out in games that used to disappear by the 4th inning. So are the Rockies actually taking a step forward, even if the record doesn't show it yet? Or is this just another chapter in the long, confusing novel known as Colorado Baseball, Hope versus Reality?
We've seen some clues how we saw that against Toronto when they get their first series win against the AL champs. So it's like, okay, there's been enough positive signs, even if in a limited number of games, for me to say it's not the same old Rockies. It's kind of the same old Rockies. Right. That's still there. They have a long way to go, everybody.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
When you've been serving Colorado as long as I have, you see a lot of new law firms come and go. Many of them aren't even from here. They don't know Colorado law the way we do. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. For 47 years, we've been fighting and winning for Coloradans. This is our home. We care about our community, and we care about the safety of every resident who lives here. So if you've been injured and need real Colorado experience on your side, call the Wilhite Law Firm, 303-GOOD-LAW. The Wilhite Law Firm. Experience you can trust, results you can count on.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. During my football career, I've seen every kind of medical tech there is. I finally stopped ignoring my joint pain, and I want to tell you guys about RegenRx. They have a blueprint to recovery that is next level. From stem cells to shockwave therapy, it's non-surgical, and there's no downtime. Don't just settle for average results with outdated equipment. Go to a clinic that's leading the way. RegenRx offers free consultations, so you need to give them a call today at 303-630-9770 today, or visit regenrx.co and let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you. Take back control of your life.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Taking your eyes off the road for just 2 seconds can double your chances of a crash. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel. Seconds matter. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Alrighty, it is a Bose Board Draft Edition. Cecil gives us a new name every single day, and we are excited about this guy.
3rd and long. Saying, sliding, now tries the right. End zone. Touchdown, Buckeyes! Max Clare, his first touchdown at Ohio State.
Max Clare, a tight end out of Ohio State. First 3 seasons at Purdue, made the jump to the Buckeyes last year. Cease, I think tight end would excite a lot of Broncos country. Give me the insight on Max Clare.
Yeah, Max Clare has incredible route running ability, which nobody really does coming out of college. Like, especially tight ends. To have a tight end that has route intelligence and route nuance. I look at, well, most everybody's number 1 tight end in this class, and Kenyon Sadiq. Kenyon Sadiq doesn't run the full route tree. Kenyon Sadiq likely can, so you're projecting there. But you look at Max Clare, and you see a guy that runs every single route like a wide receiver. Now, he's not a wide receiver. I understand there was reports yesterday from the little guy of like, hey, teams might be looking at Eli Stowers as a receiver. Yeah, baby. That's fine. But really, with Max Clare, he's a tight end. He plays and runs routes like a wide receiver. So I can understand why people say, oh, well, where's the blocking? Are the Broncos good on blocking tight ends?
I think they're fine.
Yeah, I think they're good in that department. But are they good as far as like a backup to Evan Ingram that's a developmental guy, future guy?
No.
And I say my man Lucas Kroll probably doesn't make it this year. You know what I mean? How long are you going to develop a guy? He doesn't do anything.
He's your guy. Come on, man.
Well, when you got to cut bait, you got to cut bait. Right,
but isn't that your most famous moment with Sean Payton?
It's one of my most famous moments with Sean Payton that certainly people remember. And, like, he's got talent, physical talent, but once potentially you got to reach it, baby. You can't talk about it all day. It seems like we've been doing that, at least me, with Kroll for years.
It felt that way with Greg Dulcich, too, and they finally cut bait there.
Exactly. So the Kroll experiment likely done. Caleb Lohner's a garage project. I don't care if he's a Pro Bowler in 3 years. Right now, that's a wasted pick. That's a wasted roster spot. You're just wasting time on a guy that was a basketball player, and you're not going to get Antonio. He's the Antonio Gates guy. He's more Eric Swoop than he is Antonio Gates, and if you know, that's a really deep pull that you would know Eric Swoop, Miami tight end. But anyway, I look at Max Clare as a player that the Broncos need to be considering in the second round. That's where he's going to go. You're going to have Ken Sadiq go off the board, let's say in the top 20, and then after that, there's a gap at the tight end position. You've got guys like Stowers waiting to get drafted. You've got guys like Max Clare, Sam Roush. These are the next kind of cluster of tight ends, if you will. Clare is on that board. He's clearing an F tight end, but it's the fact that he knows how to run every single route, and that is a very rare trait when it comes to college players. They don't have to learn that skill because most of the time in college they can just out-athlete guys. Hey, just go get open, and that's what most players can do. when you look at Claire, he's the type of guy that can get open based on savvy, based on nuance. So regardless of how great your coverage is, he's going to find a way to get open.
Well, and as a junior at Purdue, he had his best season. He played in 12 games, career high 51 catches, 680 yards, and 6 touchdowns. I mean, those are for college tight ends at Purdue, of all places. Those will catch your attention. 680 yards, 6 touchdowns. And then he gets a look from Ohio State, who we know is a national title contender year in and year out. 14 games, 43 passes, 440 yards. Only had a couple of touchdowns, but he was first team All Big Ten. So the $1 million question for me, Cecil, and I'm sure Broncos country listening to this conversation right now, is he going to be there at 62? How confident do you feel that Max Clare could be the pick for the Broncos at the end of the second round if they stay put?
He does not get drafted in the top 50.
Okay.
So I'd say if you were nervous about him being there at 62, I can tell you he'll be there at 50. At 50, he'll be on the board. So then you have a consideration, how much do we move up? If you use the draft chart, one of those fourth rounders, and they have 2 fourth rounders, one of them is enough to move up into the 55 range.
Okay.
So from 62 to 55, he'd have to drop a little bit more, but he's going to be in that conversation. He's going to be in that second round, the late second round, and he's going to be available within the range of the Denver Broncos. And with this tight end class, it's not as good as last year. There's other tight ends I do like outside of Claire that can bring you some of the F and maybe even a little bit of the blocking stuffs too, that are later, but it's not many. This isn't last year where I was like, oh, you got Aronde Gasson, you got Fairweather, the Auburn kid. Like, you had all these guys that you could list off. Not this year. There's going to be a run on tight ends. You could actually start the second round run on tight ends, and that might start at 62.
I love it. We always love to bring Kevin on these conversations as well with Bo's board. Kevin, where you at on Max Clare out of Ohio State?
I love this kid. This guy is a great route runner. I'm reading some anonymous scout stuff here. They don't like him, but guess what? They probably didn't like Bo Nix either. So I'm right. They're wrong. I really like this kid out of Ohio State.
Yeah.
Not the best blocker, but guess what? We don't need you to block. That's what Troutman's here for. That's what you got multiple fullbacks here for. I want this guy to go out and make plays. I think he could replace Evan Ingram after next year. Make him develop him a little bit. But I think he's going to be fantastic in the receiving game. He reminds me of like if Brandon Stokely was a tight end.
That's a weird reference. Tell us why.
Just the way he's running up and down the field just kind of reminds me of Stokely somehow.
Okay.
Just now, if
like Stokely with like 60 pounds on him?
Yeah, 6'4",
He might have 60 pounds on him now.
Oh,
yeah,
you said it, not me.
He's been a little better about that. The guys give him a lot of crap for getting a little rotund. And Stoke's been a good sport.
He's almost 50. He's allowed to get a little rotund.
It's good, baby. It's fine. A little happy weight on Stoke. We know Stoke is happy. That's for sure.
But you see Brandon Stokely when you watch this dude stage.
If Stokely was 6'4", 246, that's who I see right
So you're not
here.
worried about his size? Because I see some people, and I'm not worried about his size. But for you, Kev, you're not worried about his size? Because people say, oh, 240 is too small for tight end. I don't see that.
We'll just add, like we talked earlier, add 10 pounds of muscle.
Yes. Are you not worried about his drops? Purdue, he had drop problems.
How many did he have?
He cleaned it up at Ohio State, but that has been like his concentration an issue. That's you don't get that feeling from him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I know you're always looking out for drops.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why when we talked about Mike Washington, I think Mike Washington might have debuted Bo's board, Kev. Is that right? When we first started this idea of like, what's best for Bo Nix? Everything should be about Bo Nix going forward. And when we started, I believe, with Mike Washington, Kev, correct me if I'm wrong, and then I looked into his fumble rate and his drop rate. You can't draft for Mike Washington and be secure with that. Claire's not as bad in terms of drop rate, obviously not fumble rate because he's a tight end, but still, like that's something where you have to project, can we make him a better blocker? Can we make him, more secure with the football so when passes come in, he's not dropping it? And there's a lot of guys, actually, Kev, Matt Waldman describes this in the rookie scouting portfolio. They do the clap thing. Instead of when the ball comes in and have your, Sean will tell you, thumbs together, pinkies together. Thumbs together, ball comes in, you grip it. A lot of guys in college will clap at the ball and like a seal out there.
It's like that song, everybody clap your hands.
Clap.
Yeah, not how you want to catch a football.
Drop. That's what it leads to. So can you coach him up? Can he clean that problem up? That's what we're looking for with Max Clare. But it sounds like, Kev, you fell in love. Sounds like you found a guy.
If this was The Bachelor, I'd give him a rose immediately.
Okay.
First impression rose. I really like what this kid can do at the tight end position.
Okay, and with Bo Nix throwing him better passes, part of the reason why, we see that improvement from his drop rate is he's getting better passes at Ohio State.
Right.
All right, well, Cecil, you're our draft expert, and this texter chimes in with something I've seen throughout the program, and I'm sure you guys get all the time. So I'm just going to ask you this question because I think it's a very valid question from the 9460. How is a second-round pick that isn't going to contribute this year in win-now mode not a waste of a pick? Saying that if the pick, the very first one for George Payton and Sean Payton, we're talking about, he could replace Evan Ingram one day.
Right.
The texter wants to know, how does that help a Super Bowl window win-now team?
And I said the same thing about Jahdae Barron last year, full disclosure, so I understand where the texter is coming from, and I think it's a great question. My answer back, not necessarily pushback, but my answer allow me to retort is merely this. What position can you take in the draft where you're like, he's going to start day one? You take a running back, is he going to start day one?
Not on this team.
You take an ILB, is he going to start day one?
Not on this team.
You're going to take a tight end, he's going to start day one?
Not on this team.
So because of that, your three biggest needs, and I think we all can agree on that, your three biggest needs are running back, ILB, tight end. At running back, you don't have the depth that you need. Don't give me the fact that George Payton, for love, George, baby. First off, I love you, love George Payton, sterling reputation, amazing man. But when he's bringing up Cody Schrader at the owners' meetings or the combine or wherever, it's like, we really like Cody Schrader. What?
He's a Mizzou dude, so I know him. But he had played on he was on 5 different teams in a span of 8 weeks or something.
Hey, that practice squad guy that's always going to be a practice squad guy. We really love him. George, you ain't got Salai to kick it. Your running backs need to be better. Your tight ends need to be better. And you need better inside linebacker depth. This is a great class to grab, historic class for inside linebackers. But none of those positions are going to step in and start. So I get the win now thing. Trust me, I said it about Jahdae Barron. Why didn't you take a Marion Hampton when you take Jahdae Barron at a luxury pick in the first round? This is a second, and this is the end of the second round. So it's a lot less egregious if you go ahead and take a guy that's going to have to sit for a little bit.
And you're right. There's not a position on this team I can identify where I say that guy's going to start tomorrow. I think all the starters are set on this football team, don't you?
Yeah.
We don't have to go through position by position, but there's not one position in my head where I can say they don't have a starter on the team right now.
Right.
Even, some folks want him to go safety. You got Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga. You're set at safety. So we'll see how it shakes out. But Bo's board today, Max Clare, remember the name.
Kev
from
fell in
Ohio
love
State.
today.
Yeah.
We saw him smitten. Twitter painted, which I have no idea what it is. Sometimes, and I'm a big entomology guy, and I'm old enough to remember when they used to teach us the meaning of words. Now everyone just says stuff and doesn't really understand what that word actually means. But Twitter painted. I don't know where that came from. Maybe Bambi, right? Because didn't Thumper get Twitter painted, or he said that? So Kev
Twitter wasn't around when Bambi came out.
It's about emotion. It's like the flutter inside, like Twitter painted. So it's not actual Twitter, because we think it's Twitter, but it's not. I'm
I didn't realize Twitter was a word before Twitter started.
Really?
Yes.
I'm going to look up the history of Twitter painted.
Okay.
Because Kev was smitten or Twitter painted today.
Well, he's having a real romantic day between Max Clare and him getting photoshopped Vrabel and Rossini style with Bo Nix.
Kev's we need a Coldplay one of Kev with Bo Nix, hugging up on him, and then we need a Rossini Vrabel. Is that what we're calling it? Just totally friends, holding hands, staring at Bo Nix.
Oh, Kev.
This is a bad day on sports radio.
What?
For me,
you're falling
in love,
hold
hands with Bo Nix.
Never
man.
a bad day to
with
fall
that.
in love. All right, coming up next, the Rockies. What is going on at 20th and Blake? And we're actually saying that in a good way. We'll dive into the Red Hot Rocks next.
The Colorado Avalanche have officially clinched the Central. A statement win over St. Louis seals the division. And the road to the Stanley Cup runs through Colorado. So what's next? The Avs are charging full speed toward the NHL's best record with a President's Trophy in sight. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, looking for TRT that's flexible enough for your lifestyle? Head to Low T Center, the #1 name in TRT. Choose from testosterone shots, pills, or enclophamine. You can get your treatment in clinic or have testosterone shipped right to your door front. You can even choose self-pay or insurance coverage for the payment option that works best for you. Boost energy, increase confidence, and bring back the heat in the bedroom. Book a free T-test now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com. Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Are you considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medication long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight regain is common. And here's something most people don't realize. Research shows a significant portion of weight loss can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Right now, you can schedule a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bills significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Are you looking for the perfect engagement ring? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We have a great selection to choose from. If you're looking for that one-of-a-kind custom ring, our associates will take the time with you to design that ring that she will love, and her friends will go crazy over. At Matthews, when you purchase your ring and Centerstone, you'll receive 20% off your wedding bands. Make the right choice. Come to Matthews and save.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is basket. B-A-S-K-E-T. Text basket to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's basket to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, what's going on at 20th and Blake? And it's actually a good thing. The Rockies are hot right now. The Red Hot Rocks Get to that in just a moment. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. But Cease,
yes,
you are validated on your Twitter.
Twitter pated. Twitter pated. I kept saying painted because I'm a moron. But Wes from Arvada says Twitter pated, an informal adjective meaning to be smitten, infatuated, or overcome by nervous excitement, usually regarding romantic feelings, coined by Disney. Twitter pated.
Okay.
Twitter pated. One word. Twitter pated. P-A-T-E-D.
Well, I think all the overcome with excitement describes Max Clare.
Yes.
Maybe not romantic, but, for instead of the very last.
Love of Bo Nix.
There
Love
you
of
go.
guys that can help Bo Nix. Right? There's some love involved. It's fine.
Well, Max Clare was on Bo's board today. Excited to hear who you and Dover have tomorrow. But in the meantime, Cease, how about them Rocks, man?
Yeah.
5-6. They'll play Houston a little bit later today. Got a chance to get back to 500. I brought up maybe they were technically 500 at 0-0.
Yes.
A lot of texters reminded me, nope, you're not technically 500 because your win percentage is still 0-0-0 when you're 0-0, not 500.
Sure.
So I like their math on that.
Okay.
But I remember you asking me last Friday when we were down there at the Thirsty Line at opening day, will the Rockies get back to 500 or over 500 this season? And I kind of laughed with you, and I said, no, they're playing the Phillies and Astros. It's not going to happen. But they got a chance to bust out the brooms and sweep Houston later today. What did you like about last night?
Yeah, last night was incredible because Kyle Freeland was incredible. Full stop. Like, I didn't think I'd say that sentence this entire season. I could have said, like, hey, remember when Kyle Freeland was really good? Remember when he was on point? Remember when he was your ace? I'm not saying he's that now, but it was good to see. Kind of like we talked about with Valerie Nichushkin of, like, you still got it.
Yeah.
Now, Nichushkin probably has it more and will have it more often, hopefully in the postseason, knock on wood. But with Kyle Freeland, you're like, oh, there's just still something there. You're not getting worked. Look at his ERA. It's fantastic this year.
He's got 2.30 right now at this very moment.
After 3 starts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you love that. And going forward, you want to see more from that. So when your pitching's on point, especially at Coors Field, you take advantage, and the Rocks did just that.
Yeah, Kyle Freeland goes 6 1/3 last night, only gives up 3 hits, 1 earned run, strikes out 5. He looked like the Kyle Freeland of old. And by old, I mean like Rocky's first couple years of his career old. Like this is looking like 2018, 2019 Kyle Freeland when he burst onto the scene. And, of course, Thomas Jefferson High School and the Freeland freaks, his fans in the stands, like – There was a buzz around the Rockies that I hadn't seen in quite some time, really since October.
Yeah.
When Kyle Freeland was dealing and finishing top 3 in Cy Young. And I'm with you, man. I kind of thought he was cooked. Kind of thought he was done.
Yeah.
And it pains me to say that because Kyle's a really nice guy and he's a local favorite, and I get it. But I sort of thought this would be the last year we see Kyle Freeland in a Rockies uniform.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm not so sure that's the case. It's 3 starts, so it's a small sample size. I get it, but his fastball velocity, like it had dipped as low as 88, 89. It's back up to 92 miles an hour on average. He clearly has found some strength. And I think, too, that as Kyle goes, the Rockies go in the sense of people can talk about Tovar and Goodman and Doyle. Are they better players than Kyle Freeland at this point in their career? Yes.
Yeah.
But is Kyle still kind of the face of the Rockies? He is. And when Kyle's getting shelled, it's not fun for anyone. It's certainly not fun for Kyle, and it's not fun for the fans. I think Kyle Freeland being reinvigorated and rejuvenated is sort of a mirror of the Rockies looking that way as well.
Right. And I think what you're essentially saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle Freeland is essentially a canary in the coal mine with the Rockies. Like, how are the Rockies doing? That canary's still alive. We're good. We're good enough. You know what I mean? So, yes, I think that Freeland is a bit of the canary in the coal mine there. And when you get quality pitching, hey, this Rocks team can win a little bit more than you think. Again, and I don't like that we have to do this qualifier, and I'm not exactly sure why I do it. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I'm the problem. But I don't like saying, it doesn't mean they're going to win the World Series, guy. I'm excited about the Rockies, and I'm not ashamed about that. I'm not going to hide from my excitement, because what do you want me to be? Oh, they suck, everybody. They suck again. They're doing things differently, and I appreciate that, because for years – you, I, Kev, everybody would say, hey, do something different, do something different. They won't do anything different because they're the Monforts and they're the Rockies and they don't do everything different. And then D. Podesta gets here. And then Warren Schaefer gets the interim tag taken off. And then you see this team get out some veteran pitchers, right, to go along with Kyle Freeland instead of going with some young arms. So because they're doing things differently, we can't whine and the B word. We can't whine and complain for years about they're not doing anything different. And then when they try something different, we can't, well, they still suck. No, they might still suck. So I need to stop with the qualifier of like showing my excitement, but then saying, but I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series. Nobody's saying that. So if I say something where I'm excited about the Rockies, get as offended as you like, and don't be, well, I mean, they're still, yes, for the love of God, this is going to be 3 years. 3 years from now, if there's still this little cute story and they're losing 99 games instead of 100, then yeah, we've got something to talk about. Right now, on a day-to-day basis, got 162 of them things. You want me 162 times to be like, yeah, but they mostly suck? No, there's something new. There's something different. Maybe even something that's rejuvenated, like Kyle Freeland. And because of that, I'm going to appreciate it. I'm going to say, good job, Rockies. Keep it up.
Well, and it sounds like you're saying this is a new year for the Rockies, and you're willing to give them a new chance, a fresh slate.
New year, new you.
A clean start. And Warren Schaefer, friend of the program, member of the tribe, talked about that last night of how, indeed, a new era of Rockies baseball.
This is a different team. This is a new team. It's not the same team as last year. So the more we can start moving away from talking about last year, I think the better. And that, that's not even a mention in that clubhouse. We're worried about this team right now, and we feel like we're playing good baseball.
I just love that answer so much. Like, quit talking about we understand we lost 119 games.
Yes.
We understand we were historically bad.
Right.
Guess what? We're done with it. We're done with it. What's the point of talking about last year when you got a chance to go 6-6 today and crawl back to 500? And, oh, by the way, sweep the Houston Astros, who over the last decade, what have they been? A contender year in and year out.
I feel like Jonah Hill and Superbad when on the soccer field and he's talking to the kid about peeing his pants. Like, people don't forget.
Yep.
Like, okay, yeah, baby, we know the peeing in their pants 119 lot. We got baby. There's no mystery. No one's gonna forget. We remember that. So you end up where you're going. What I'm merely saying is what you focus on grows. Am I going to focus on they were terrible, or am I going to focus on what they're doing right now? Because right now they're not terrible, and that's an improvement.
Yes, and you know when it's fun to live in the past when your teams win titles. I love being nostalgic about
Super Bowl 50 we talked about.
Exactly. The 32 Broncos, the 33 Broncos, the Avs in 22 and 01 and 96, the Nuggets in 23. I don't want to be nostalgic about the 2025 Rockies. There's just no point.
No.
I'm on to 2026. So is Warren Schaefer.
Yep.
Love the answer from the manager.
I want to save that clip forever because I think that's a good advice for all of us.
Totally. And are you bringing your broom to Coors Field later today? They're going to get this done?
Who's on the bump?
I believe the cat who pitched opening day. Is it Lorenzen?
That's Dover's guy. That means no.
He's really struggled at that ballpark.
He's been flat out terrible. He's been flat out terrible. And I know Dover picked him. We did our ride or dies, right? And I took Hunter Goodman because,
It's a safe pick.
Yeah, it's a safe pick. Kev, you took Rumfeld, right?
Correct.
Because the new guy, he loved what he did in spring training.
Yep.
Dover took the Vans guy. I can't even remember his name. The Vans pitcher. And he wears Vans. He's a skateboard bro. He's terrible. He should stick with skateboarding because he's not good.
Well, we'll see. Maybe he can redeem.
So, no brooms.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he can redeem himself. But man, if they sweep the Astros, they're gonna get even more attention than they're already getting. Rockies' chance to get back to 500 later today. All right, how about Dion? Press conference from Dion in the spring. We only get a handful of those a year. He had one yesterday. And what about all those players taking shots at CU after they leave? Coach Prime responded. You'll hear it next.
Get ready, Broncos country. This is the event you've been waiting for. Join Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak as they reunite to relive their legendary Super Bowl 50 run. It's Night of Champions, a live, unforgettable show packed with stories, memories, and a behind-the-scenes look at one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan wants you to be there. Enter now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets at DenverSports.com/champions. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime night with the heroes of Super Bowl 50.
Soda weight loss is Soda Diet and Nutrition. Online at sodadietnutrition.com, and you can also call them up, 866-800-SODA. And Soda got me on track. They really saved my life. I was overweight, lost 60 pounds a few years ago, like 5 years ago now, and I did it with sodadietnutrition.com. Why? Real food, real results. There's no mystery pills, mystery injections. Got my buddy of mine, Chris, starting soda this week, just 3 days in now with Chris. So I'm anxious to see his weight loss journey because mine was fantastic. Men on average lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. And that's what I did to get to the right weight, to get to the healthy weight, losing those 60 pounds, and I'm never gaining them back. But my buddy Chris, who's getting on soda this week, he had also tried the shots and stuff. And I was like, how'd that work? And he goes, it doesn't. Because you just gain the weight back when you stop taking the shots. So there's no mystery pills, no mystery chemicals, no shots, just real food, real results online, sodadietnutrition.com. Join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. It's sodadietnutrition.com. It is state of the art.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here for 5280 Exteriors. Have you heard of something called WUI Compliance or Wildland Urban Interface? It's a new statewide standard in Colorado. Starting this year, every home will be assigned a fire risk category. Some building departments will begin enforcing WUI rules, so your next siding, decking, roofing, or window project may come with new requirements. Call 5280 Exteriors today, and they'll walk you through the updates, help you stay compliant, and find out what zone you're in. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Waterloo Turf Denver. Get your Saturdays back.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
We love that you're kicking it with us on this Wednesday afternoon, April 8th, hour number 4. Had a lot of fun. Will Peterson filling in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. The drive will take you home from 2 to 6, followed by Denver Sports Tonight, 6 to 7 this evening. Cecil, I got to ask you, CU spring ball.
Yeah.
CU spring ball. 1 to 10, how much is it on your radar?
It's closer to 1 now. I am so not necessarily heartbroken with the Colorado Buffaloes, but I'm sick of the talk. I'm sick of Deion making fun of reporters, like really great reporters. When he went after my guy, Arnie Stapleton, I was like, Arnie's the nicest guy ever, Deion. What are you doing? And, like, just his whole behavior at a press conference and, all that stuff. I'm done with the talk from Deion Sanders. I don't need to hear Deion Sanders talk anymore about how great everything's going to be and how great all his coaches are and how great all his players are. You need results, Deion. This is the year, or else it's done. Honestly. And I loved when Deion Sanders was hired by the Buffaloes. It was my pipe dream hire. I never thought it would happen. And then it happened. And for 2 years, it was a lot of fun. Not a lot of wins, granted, but it was a lot of fun.
Well,
and a Heisman Trophy winner.
There was a lot of wins.
A lot of wins.
9-4.
9-4, sure.
Yeah.
But it's still the Alamo Bowl. And as much as CU took pride in that, everyone's rolling their eyes outside of Boulder. Sorry, you can talk about the Alamo Bowl. Hey, we got Miss Peggy the Alamo Bowl. Well, could you get her to a better bowl? Because it's the Alamo Bowl, and it pretty much sucks, okay? So for me, with Deion, I'm just kind of done with the pomp and circumstance. I want results. I want Juju to be everything that we thought Julian Lewis would be. I want him to be the savior of this team because, honestly, we talk about, like, canary in the coal mine, right? We did that with Kyle Freeland. Like, where's your health at? I think Juju is basically that for the Buffaloes. Julian Lewis is a stud college quarterback. CU's going to be all right, and that's going to be great. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then Deion could get up there and talk about how great they are in rhyme or whatever. Like, I'm just done with words that are empty because in life, there's 3 energies, and you can talk about it, you can feel about it, but until you take action, the action is the most important energy. You can, hey, I think we can do this. I really feel like we can do this. Go do it. Stop talking about it and go actually show the results. If the words were backed up by performance, I'd feel a lot better about Deion Sanders. And I just don't, because his performance for him as a coach, is he a good coach? No, he's not a good coach. He's a good whatever he is. He's a one of one, right? You have Deion Sanders. You're going to have attention, but he's not a great recruiter. He refuses to go in anybody's living room, which I think is wrong. You think Cignetti's doing that? Is he denying going in somebody's living room? Like, Deion is paid like one of the top coaches in college football, and he's one of the bottom coaches when it comes to actually coaching. So it's like that needs to be much better because the price tag's already there. Deion, you're getting paid. You have everything. You have all the resources. You have the backing of Boulder, sometimes annoyingly so because of the groupies. But it's like, dude, come on, just go win. I'm done with the talking about how great you are. Go be great.
Well, that was a very good and epic rant from you. I can't disagree with much of it at all. I'd say I'm about a 3, which is a shame because Deion's first year, man, I was a 10 out of 10.
I was there. Dude, I was there at spring ball, and I was like taking notes on Shedeur Sanders, like, how does he look? And Shedeur looked really good.
Yeah, and then they had that disappointing first year, but even going into year 2, I'm like, hey, we're going to get another year of Shedeur and Travis. I can't wait to see this.
And the first year started out gangbusters, what, 4-0?
Yeah, and TCU was a game I'll never forget for a variety of reasons. But look, I was a 10 the first year. I was probably a 9 the second year. Even last year, I was like an 8 because it was like, what's it going to look like without Shedeur and Travis? I'm very curious to see how they replace. The problem is they didn't do that. And Caden Salter may be the nicest guy in the world. I don't know him, but he wasn't good enough to play in the Big 12 at quarterback last year, and we saw that, kind of week in and week out. And then you had a Ryan Staub of the world getting time, and it just felt like just hand the keys to Juju. What are we doing? And they tried to do that, but it never really felt like his team, and it'll be his team this year. And you're right. If he's special and a guy had 5 stars next to his name for a reason, he could be special. But that said, the elephant in the room about this offseason is all these players leaving and talking.
Including the best player they had in Jordan Seaton.
Yes, and basically, I'm paraphrasing, but all we care about here is football, and this is what we're here to do, and we're here to win. And Staub himself made some comments that caught people off guard about how he's getting coached harder at his new program. I believe it's Tennessee, is that right? Than he ever was in Boulder. So there's been a lot of chatter. Deion got a chance to respond to that chatter yesterday. How do you feel about all these players on their way out the door once they've landed in new spots talking smack about the Buffs?
Some of our past players have been commenting on us, which is cool with me. we're not going to be provoked to comment back or to say anything ignorantly back. I wish those guys the best. One thing that I could comfortably say, some people came here that you didn't know of, and when they left, they had a name. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud that they were able to earn more than they earned here that could help their friends, family, as well as loved ones, and could help themselves. So I'm happy with that. We're still in good relationship with quite a few, but you got to understand, some young men play the victim, and that's not the case. We try to treat everybody here with utmost respect and professionalism, and I hope we've done just that, as well as treating you the same way. But we would not engage in back and forth with any former players, and our aim is just to really please, support, encourage, motivate, and really prepare our men that we have on campus.
Wow, so much to unpack from that answer, including the guys didn't have names when they got here. We got them names, and then they got paid. What do you make from a pretty
Jordan
interesting?
Was one of the best tackles in high school football.
Yeah, people knew who he was before the Buffs.
Yeah, and then him saying, like, some people play the victim. Dion, that's you. Does he not realize that? Right? Hey, Shadur, that was you, right? Hey, what? No, Dion, that's you. Why is he calling out his former players like we made their names? I knew Jordan Seaton before he was at CU. I was excited about Jordan Seaton coming to CU. I'm disappointed that Jordan Seaton's not here anymore. And as far as like we made him names, no, you didn't. I mean, maybe Staub is who he's talking about. I don't know. I'm not going to decipher that. But you can't say, yeah, some guys play the victim. What happens when you lose, Dion? Or what happens when somebody goes after your team? Well, they just hate us because they ain't us or whatever. It's like, all right, you're playing the victim card. Like, stop. It's embarrassing. Go win. So all this talk, and the former players are telling more truth than Dion just said in that statement, which has a ton to unpack. Jordan Seaton told you more of a truth. Ryan Staub told you more of a truth. And that's all I really care about. I don't care about the glitz and the glamour and the Louis or whatever. Yeah, fine. Win.
Well, and I think when you read between the lines from the former players, it wasn't all about ball at CU. It hasn't been all about ball. It's been about being famous and having followers and getting attention.
Yes, clicks.
And getting millions of views. What did Dan Lanning say in that infamous pregame speech?
Right.
You know, they're about the clicks. I think, look, you can't question that Dion has brought so much attention to Boulder. And the Buffs were such an afterthought. You've done sports talk in this town for 2.5 decades. You talked Buffs back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, but from 2005 to 2021, how much Buffs did you talk?
Not a lot.
Not a lot of Buffs.
Not a lot. Outside of 2016, not a lot.
So you can't deny that Dion has done that. The problem is that attention when you are going 9-4 and you're winning Heisman trophies, and Travis Hunter's a top 5 pick in the NFL draft, and Shedeur Sanders probably should have been a first rounder and tumbled. Like, most of it has been positive.
Yes.
But last year, you pooed the bed, and it was not positive at all.
No.
It got to the point, I remember the last game of the season, I'm like flipping around, and it was buried on Fox Sports 1 at like 8, and it's like, we're used to the Dion era, primetime CBS or NBC or ABC or ESPN, and that just, to me, he can't continue to say, well, we make everyone famous. Well, no one cares if you're famous if you win 3 football games.
Right.
Like the newness, the freshness, the aura even of Deion Sanders is gone. That's why I'm a 3 out of 10 going into this season, Cease.
That makes sense. Makes sense why you're 3 out of 10.
It's no longer cool, that Coach Prime's the leader of the Buffs.
Right.
Like, that has just totally lost its luster. I respect him. I respect the hell out of him. I mean, a Hall of Famer, unbelievable 2-sport athlete, one of the greatest, most electric football players in the NFL we've ever seen.
Ever.
But that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit here on April 8th, 2026 and go, I'm so fired up for Buffs football, because that would just be disingenuous. I'm not.
Right.
I'm not. I don't even know who their first game is. Do you? Is it Georgia Tech again? Something like that?
Probably.
But, like, think about it. 2-3 years ago, we would have known that, boom, like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not even, it's not on my Colorado sports radar. Like, if I had to rank things in front of Dion and the Buffs right now, Broncos are always going to be one. This is a Broncos town. The Avs and Nuggets, I'm just going to tie them for second because they both have a shot to win a title.
Right.
Even the Rockies right now, to me, are more interesting than the CU Buffs.
I'm glad you went there, because as you're setting that up, I was like, oh, if you were to rank what we talk about, or just Denver sports, the Rockies are way more interesting than the Buffaloes, and that's odd.
And the Buffaloes are interesting from the fact of like there's now this war of words back and forth, but that's drama, right? People,
yeah, and when the regular season gets here, nobody's going to say anything.
But if they suck again,
go out there and lose.
If they suck again, people will dance on them because they love to dance on Dion. Is this his last year if the Buffs only win 3 or 4 games?
Yeah, it is. And, if that's the case, I personally will wish him well with all my heart. Like, Dion, thank you for rekindling my love for the Buffaloes for just a little bit. You weren't real. You weren't an actual head coach, but you brought some excitement back to the Buffaloes. And as a child of the 90s, when it was awesome, and we talked about and when I was in high school, when you were born, we talked about the Buffs more than we did the Broncos. Like my crew, me and Biggie, we loved the Buffs. They were bigger than the Broncos. And now it's like we got some attention back on them. I thank Dion for that, but yeah, it's probably time to move on.
All right, well, we'll see how they end up this season. They certainly need to at least get to a bowl game, most likely to save Deion Sanders' job. Coming up next, speaking of coaches that once called Denver home, Michael Malone, yes, introduced at North Carolina. We'll check in with Moach on the other side.
The Denver Broncos are staring down this year's NFL draft, and one thing's impossible to ignore. They need a tight end. Not a project, not a maybe, a real weapon. Someone who can stretch the field, win the seam, give Bo Nix a safety blanket this offense flat out doesn't have. Because last season, the production wasn't there. The red zone threat wasn't there. And in Sean Payton's system, that position's supposed to be a problem for defenses, not for Denver. So the question heading into draft night is simple. Are the Broncos willing to invest a draft pick in a tight end who becomes the missing piece in an offense that's begging for a matchup nightmare?
I want a tight end.
I know.
That's what I want. Bad. I didn't want a tight end for a long time. You got to find one in the draft. It's just the way it is. If you want to try to get a great one, you got to find that guy in the draft. So sign me up for that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over 1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over 1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ent is becoming wings. It's a big change. But we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine. But we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, looking for TRT that's flexible enough for your lifestyle? Head to Low T Center, the #1 name in TRT. Low T Center offers TRT shots, pills, and you can pay with insurance or out of pocket. You can even have your testosterone shipped right to your door. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are. For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we've fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is net. N-E-T. Text net to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's net to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denversports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Coach Malone is now the head coach of the University of North Carolina Tar Heels. Yes, Michael Malone officially accepted that job yesterday, had an intro press conference. We're going to get to some of his best sound here in a moment. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Want to remind you that the 2015 Broncos greats like Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak are going to look back on their Super Bowl 50 run at the Night of Champions, a live show that will feature a dynamic panel discussion, football stories and memories, giving fans an all-access look at one of the greatest seasons in football history. And we, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, want you to be there. Enter now, denversports.com/champions for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. What a fun night reliving Super Bowl 50 with some Broncos legends. All right, Cecil, before we get to Coach Malone's sound,
sure.
I know you've reacted to this last couple days, but this really did come out of left field. Not on anyone's bingo card that Michael Malone, a champion with the Nuggets, was going to be the next head coach at UNC.
Well, it's interesting with Michael Malone. It was because on TV I thought he was great. Didn't agree with everything he said. Thought ESPN told him to say some stuff because, shocker, producers will tell you what to say sometimes. And I think that Michael Malone did that a little bit, usually with his Joker comments. Very defensive about that. But still, Michael Malone was so good on TV. You're like, is this just what he's going to do? because he can do it, and it's informative and it's interesting.
You think of like the Van Gundy brothers.
Sure,
who
yeah.
were, good coaches,
Yeah.
and then both had really great TV careers, and Stan is still doing TV.
Yeah, and then Jeff decided I got to go back to the bench.
Exactly. What, is he an assistant with the Clippers now?
Assistant with the Clippers, yeah.
But clearly Malone had that itch because he, you know how many days he sat out? 363.
I was going to say it wasn't a year.
He got fired on April 9th, and he officially took the UNC job on April 7th.
Okay, so it's a year ago tomorrow.
Michael
tomorrow
Malone
got fired.
I remember I was here. Remember that bombshell? We're all looking at the tweet from Shams. There was 4 games left in the regular season. We're like, Michael Malone just got fired? What? And then like an hour later, and Calvin Booth got fired too. It was a wild day in Denver
both
Nuggets
of them
history.
Gone. And well, his daughter's at North Carolina. So from that aspect, when we learn more of like, oh, wait a second, she's a Tar Heel? Oh, okay, now he's going to go coach. Oh, okay, that makes sense, right? Be around his kid, be right there. You certainly get the attention. North Carolina may not be as blue-bloody as they once were, but they're still a blue blood. They're still going to get you a lot of attention in the sports world. So if he does a good job, even an average job, it's going to reiterate the fact that he should be on an NBA bench. I'm actually shocked that he's not going to take another swipe at that right now.
Yeah, but he didn't take the Morehead State job, or the UMBC job.
Right.
He took the North Carolina
But is he a
job.
lifer here? I don't think he's a lifer. I think he's back in the NBA, and once his daughter's done at North Carolina.
Well, did you see that contract he got? 6 years, $50 million big ones from
Okay.
UNC. It's going to be like the second highest paid coach in all of college basketball. So
Okay.
they made an
Maybe he is
investment
a
in
lifer.
him, or at least a 6-year.
Yeah.
Here was a little bit from Michael Malone yesterday on why he took this job.
People keep asking me, Coach, why would you leave a chance of coaching in the NBA again? You're an NBA coach. You won a championship in Denver in 2023. It wasn't an easy decision, but what I kept thinking about was I have a chance to be a part of something special, the history and tradition, to be a part of something much bigger than myself. This was the only college job I'd ever consider. If any other job, I wouldn't even answer the phone.
If Duke called, if Kentucky called, would you answer the phone? But, it's kind of getting what you're talking about there. He is an NBA lifer. He knows he's an NBA lifer.
Yeah.
Do you think, I'll put it this way, do you think he has to win a national title at UNC to get another shot in the NBA?
Oh, no.
Or does he just have to make them a perennial Sweet 16, Elite 8 type team?
Sure, yeah, just don't be embarrassing. You know what I mean? Don't
be Bill Belichick.
Right. Don't have an early exit from the tournament. Don't miss the tournament. Stuff like that. Like there's a level of expectations and there's a level of standard with Michael Malone. And that's the one thing, like love or hate him, and I don't think anyone should hate Michael Malone.
No, he brought us our first ever NBA title.
And we should love him forever for that. We should respect him forever for having to work with Calvin Booth. You talk about oil and water, like the most backwards sort of organization structure of like the GM doesn't like the coach doesn't like the GM. Okay, how's that going to work? Oh, it didn't. Well, it did for a championship, but still, like I look at Michael Malone and I go, you know what? He's going to have his team right there. He's going to be back in the NBA, and it's probably before this contract is done. Those are big dollars. But what's that do? It increases his spotlight and increases his intention. Oh, you want to hire Michael Malone? Oh, you have to buy. There's some sort of buyout or something like. So now Malone gets the benefit of financial benefit.
Well, and you're right, because he's instantly the most famous person currently working at UNC men's basketball.
Yes.
Obviously, Michael Jordan's the most famous player to ever come through there. But what is college basketball about in this day and age? It's about the coaches, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you go around the country, you know who coaches these teams. We don't know the players. Everyone's either one and done or transfer portal or whatever. Like, next year, I will be watching the NCAA tournament to see how Michael Malone in North Carolina does. And you know how many players I'll know on UNC? Probably 0, maybe 1.
Yeah.
But when Coach Malone is out there, if he's in a big Sweet 16 game and it's UNC Kentucky, we're all going to be tuned in wondering how he does. And he can only elevate his profile even more now. And I think if he had gone back to the NBA now, he would have been for a full-on rebuild. And I don't think Coach Malone at his age really wants to sign up for that. He did that in Denver. He took him to the mountaintop.
Right.
But I think what he's waiting for in the NBA, I think he's waiting for the Boston Celtics to come up short and then get the coach fired and he gets to come in there. He's waiting for the Knicks to come up short. He's waiting for a contender to come up short, and then he gets hired as the head coach.
I was going to say, not because I'm a Knicks fan, but like, okay, he's a Brooklyn guy, right? Couldn't he go coach the Knicks?
He could coach the Knicks, but like for example, the Nets, I don't think that's real enticing because they're so bad.
It would have to be Celtics, Knicks, something like that, something big.
Or even what if the Spurs can't get over the hump with Wemby?
Oh my God!
And they call
don't
him.
say that. You just said the worst thing ever. Michael Malone in the West.
I think
coaching Wemby.
I think he'd love that. I'm telling you,
he would love it. We'd hate it though. You just said something we'd hate.
But that's the kind of job he's going to take.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
He's going to take a job where the coach gets fired for a team that's already a contender. That's
and then
my
he's gonna
prediction.
Try to stick it to the Denver Nuggets.
Exactly. And
great.
If it's 3-4 years from now, maybe he can. Because if Nicole is back in Serbia, that would certainly be the case. All right, coming up next, which position will the Broncos take with their first draft picks? The odds makers have released some possible suggestions. And yes, there are a handful of surprises. Cecil and I will dive into it.
The Denver Nuggets are headed to the playoffs, but the only question that matters now is who do we want in round one? Do you want the Wolves, the team that's been barking all year, talking like they're ready to take the throne? Do you want the Lakers, the drama, the spotlight that Team Denver has owned recently? Or do you want the Rockies, young, fearless, and convinced they're the next problem in the West? Every matchup is a different vibe. Every opponent brings a different kind of smoke. And the road to another ring starts with one choice. Wolves, Lakers, Rockets. Pick your fight, Denver.
I mean, at this point, do you want third? Do you want to stay at fourth? Stoke, you brought up an interesting scenario where you say, what, drop down to...
No, I was just saying, like, it wouldn't be the worst thing not to get...
Stay at 4 or 5 to get the Lakers in the first round?
Right. So, you know, Lakers fall, Rockets jump you and the Lakers, and then now you're just sitting there with the Lakers with no Luka and no Austin Reeves.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
The most exciting part of being in the jewelry business isn't the stunning diamonds, gemstones, or famous designers.
It's not even the pride of being a part of a family-owned fine jeweler founded way back in 1947.
No, for Shayna and I, for all our jewelry professionals at Williams Jewelers, it's being there.
It's being there when you discover that perfect diamond bracelet for your loving wife for your anniversary.
It's being there for those Mikimoto pearls for your daughter's college graduation.
It's being there when you finally found that one perfect diamond engagement ring that's worthy of the woman you can't live without.
It's being there for you. It's being a part of the most precious, unforgettable moments in your life.
What's not to love?
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship. And that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet is going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with the same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price, unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, select plans only.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Unlock the savings at Boost Mobile. Get unlimited wireless for $25 a month forever and keep your phone. Unlock the savings at boostmobile.com/unlock. Restrictions apply. Info at boostmobile.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD3, DU Hockey skates with Michigan with pregame starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
A lot of good reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 to both Deion Sanders and Michael Malone. The 2898, I wonder if Malone will write a tell-all. He's not being paid by the Nuggets anymore.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but, you know, New York Times bestseller, does that really light you up when you're like, I got to read that Michael Malone book?
As a Nuggets fan, yes.
Okay.
Nationally, maybe not. But
nationally, probably
if
not.
we got the realty of what went down with him and Calvin Booth and Josh Kroenke, I'd be curious. I'd be curious.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I doubt he does it, but it would be interesting. Maybe a 30 for 30, right? Something like that.
Ooh, behind the scenes. How the Nuggets, I don't want to use the word crumbled because they can still win the title this season.
Sure.
But you know what I'm saying. How it kind of fell apart. Very rare to see a coach get fired with 4 games left in the season.
Right.
Jess in Florida chimes in and says, Cecil, bro, I don't agree with you very much, but I agree 100% about prime.
Wait, is that a compliment or an insult? That's a backhanded compliment.
Telling you finally nailed your Coach Prime take that if you missed it, Cecil had a very good and epic rant about Deion Sanders. The time for talking is done. They just got to do it on the field.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. This sounds really bad, but I believe it to be true, so I'm going to say it and get as offended as you like, Boulder. It matters 0% what Deion Sanders says. 0%. It matters how much he wins. How much he wins. I do not care what he says. Doesn't matter. I've heard it all. I need to see results.
And I feel like most Buffs fans are at that point.
There's a lot of groupies up there, unfortunately.
Yeah, but look at the stadium the last game of the year, man. It was 3/4 empty by the end.
Yeah, that's true.
That was not how we had seen Folsom Field in the first 2.5 years of Deion Sanders.
Right. That's a very good point. And so perhaps there's more rational Buffaloes fans that are willing to look at this and say, this isn't good enough. Like, and again, I thank Dion for rekindling my love of the Buffaloes because it went away. And I love Mike Pritchard, Big Al, Eric Bieniemy, Kanavis McGee. I love all those guys more than I love any other sports figures. Like, I love Larry Johnson, right, from back in the day, and I love Walter Payton. I think I love Walter Payton most of all. But anyway, like with those old Buffaloes who are now my friends, like, I love all those guys because when I was a teenager, they were my heroes, man. And to have the Buffaloes back for 2 years with Dion and Shedeur and Travis, that was awesome. It felt great. Now, winning would feel great. Talking does not.
Yeah, and that's how I feel about the 2001 Avs. You know, I was 11 years old. They're just so impactful on me. I still get to see Joe Sakic around Ball Arena, and it's just like I fanboy. You know, and there's very few people in this industry that I still fanboy around. But when I'm in an Avs game and all of a sudden I'm riding the elevator and it's me and Joe, I'm like, damn, I'm riding the elevator with Joe Sakic right now. This is pretty cool.
At 11 years old, could you ever have imagined yourself doing that?
Well, and when I last saw him in the fall, we were talking about his fantasy football team.
Okay.
Because I was on a...
Tell him you got a guy.
It was an Av... Yeah, I got Cecil. It was the Avs opener, and it was a Thursday night, and he was asking me what was going on in the Thursday night game because he was worried about his fantasy team. So it's like, Joe Sakic, he's just like you and I.
That's awesome.
He's just like
those
you and I.
Well, I guess it's sports, but like non-sports conversations with those guys are always the best.
Yeah, because Joe doesn't want to talk about the Avs. Joe talks about the Avs all day, every day.
Right.
We were able to talk about fantasy football, and it was light and fun and cool. All right, the odds makers have released position of first player drafted for all NFL teams, and the ones for the Broncos are interesting. A handful of favorites: linebacker 2.5 to 1, defensive line edge 2.5 to 1. Not exactly sure why those are grouped together. Offensive lineman 4 to 1 and tight end 4.25 to 1. What do you make of this? Because I think most people hope they go tight end with their first pick in the draft. But it's well down there on the board in terms of the odds, with all defensive having the favorite at plus 250, linebacker, D-line, and edge.
I will save some of my rant about this for just out of respect. Lines are made for suckers to bet. So if you look at this and be like, oh, tight end, that's a pretty good number, I can get on that. But okay, yeah. It should be tight end. It not necessarily has to be tight end. The draft is weird, and maybe Jadarian Price falls to 62, and they go, the Notre Dame running back was our number 2 back on the board, and we have to take him, and he'd pair great with R.J. Harvey, because you have to think of the future of J.K. Dobbins. But I just look at this team, and I go, the tight end position is weak. It's just weak. It just is. Evan Ingram could be great, but I'm done talking about the Joker. It's like that has to happen. Like, we have to see Evan Ingram be actually productive. And I do know, per source, that Evan Ingram is super excited about Davis Webb calling plays. And, you know, that could change some things. And Davis Webb could have a better intent of getting Evan Ingram involved, where Sean Payton didn't seem to have the intent of, like, we're going to force it to Evan here. Like, we're setting something up, and he's going to get the ball. We have to force it to him here, so later on in the game, it opens things up over here on this side. You didn't really see any of that sequencing, is what they call it. You didn't see much of that sequencing with Sean Payton in the way that you could with Davis Webb. The old Shanahan thing of, like, we're going to run this. It's going to be out route, out and up route. Gotcha. That's what you could see with Davis Webb with an Evan Ingram, and I'm excited about that. But I would also be excited for a rookie tight end in the second round to be developed behind Evan Ingram.
Yeah, and I look at these odds. Inside linebacker I'd be cool with. Listen, they've re-signed Alex Singleton and Justin Strnad, but it's about time they develop an inside linebacker. I mean, they've had good, but they haven't had great inside linebackers since Danny Trevathan and Brandon Marshall, Super Bowl 50. D-line, I'd be cool with too.
Okay.
It's not sexy, Cease. I know it, but you did lose John Franklin Myers. He was your biggest departure in free agency to the Titans. If you just want to draft a guy in the middle who can eat some space, and I'm not trying to diminish JFM because he did more than eat space. He could get to the quarterback and sack him as well. But the edge thing, that's where I'm a little shocked, and I appreciate what you're saying about the odds makers kind of want to sucker people in, but I can't see the Broncos going edge with their very first pick in this draft. Maybe if they're dead serious about moving Jonah Ellis to inside linebacker, they want some edge depth, but between Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Jonah Ellis, which should I think a lot of people were excited about his potential. What happened when you won Super Bowl 50? You had DeMarcus and Vaughn, but you also had Shaq Barrett, and you also had Shane Ray. And I know people like to crap on Shane Ray. He was good here as a rookie. He really was. It didn't work out the rest of his career in Denver, but they had depth at edge. Maybe they would go there, but my thing is, why move Ellis and overcomplicate it? I didn't like that from owners' meetings, Sean talking about Jonah Ellis moving positions.
Yeah, and at least they're going to dabble Jonah Ellis at inside linebackers. So it's not a full position switch. It's just a dabble. I've seen this team too many times. Justin Hollins, Baron Browning, Drew Sanders, DeMarcus Walker, different position, but still, I've seen him too many times. Like, you can do both. Like, no. Don't cross crafts. This is who you are. That's who you can be. I think Jonah can do it, and maybe if it keeps him healthier, I'm okay with that move and kind of excited about it. But I, like you, when that first was said by Sean Payton, I was like, oh, no, don't like that. I like Jonah Ellis at edge.
All right, let me put you on the spot here.
Yes.
142 on April 8th. What position do you think the Broncos will draft at 62? If you had to guess.
Tight end.
Tight end.
It's a tight end.
I love it. I hope it's a tight end. We know from our Bows board today.
We know who Kev wants.
There's a tight end out of Ohio State that could be a lot of fun. Sadiq's not happening, but guess what? He's not happening because you landed Jalen Waddle. Let's finish with a huge Avalanche win last night and an interesting Nuggets game because, oh, baby, they're playing those Grizzlies, those pesky Grizzlies. We'll do both next.
Get ready, Broncos country. This is the event you've been waiting for. Join Peyton Manning, Emmanuel Sanders, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and Coach Gary Kubiak as they reunite to relive their legendary Super Bowl 50 run. It's Night of Champions, a live, unforgettable show packed with stories, memories, and a behind-the-scenes look at one of the greatest seasons in NFL history. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan wants you to be there. Enter now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets at DenverSports.com/champions. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime night with the heroes of Super Bowl 50.
It's the weekend, and the last thing you want is yard work. At Waterloo Turf, they help Denver homeowners trade lawn chores for more free time. No mowing, no watering, no mud. Just a green championship-level lawn all season long. Perfect for kids, pets, and backyard get-togethers. From backyards to putting greens, Waterloo Turf installs premium artificial turf built for Colorado. Visit waterlooturf.com/Denver and book your free consultation. Waterloo Turf. Get your Saturdays back.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring is a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats, looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes.
How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is your time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Jacob's Law and 303 Law 4040. I want to tell you about one of the cases I'm most proud of. And it's not because the number is eye-popping, although it is. It's because the clients trusted us to get them justice, and we delivered for them. Our clients were a wonderful couple, weren't looking to get rich. In fact, they kept saying, Dan, we're not looking to set any records here. But they were seriously injured, and despite promising to take care of them, when it came time to do the right thing, the insurance companies played hardball. We set it for trial and wound up getting $8.5 million. Plus, my lovely wife, Kimberly, was able to get all of their medical bills wiped out, putting hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in the clients' pockets. We were proud to help because our clients were good-hearted people who deserved justice. We hope you never need us, but if you do, we are here to help at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to meet directly with me and my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 1043 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Putting a bow on this thing on a Wednesday. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. The drive will be in here in about 12 minutes. Cecil Lammy, of course, hanging out. Want to remind you, though, that playoff season is upon us. And we want to help you get ready with some new gear for your favorite team. Enter for your chance to win a daily $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6A and 6P. Text it to 303-713-1043. Before that hour ends, the more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For more information and complete rules, visit DenverSports.com/keyword. Be nice to get $50 to Dick's Sporting Goods in a gift card and maybe a grand prize of $1,000. Cecil, if you had $50 to go spend over at Dick's, what gear is lacking from your closet at this current moment in time?
You know what? I love a good street ball. I love a good basketball. And anyone that plays a little bit of basketball, you know that, they wear down. They wear out. You get a little... That tread gets a little light there. So I'm always looking for, like, basketballs. Like, give me a good gummy, not a good gummy. Give me a good, like, rubbery. Everything sounds bad. What would you buy at Dick's Sporting Goods? Yeah, give me that rubbery stuff. No. Give me
You want a new basketball.
I can redo this whole segment. I want a new basketball. Point blank, period.
There you go. My favorite jersey I currently have right now is a Jokic City Edition Rainbow Skyline. I mean, it's just gorgeous.
I gotta buy that Dikembe jersey from you, dude. If you're not gonna frame it, please let me purchase it. It is glorious. It is incredible. And by the way, speaking of basketballs, and I'll get off the rubbery stuff. Save that drop. Have you seen the airless basketballs?
No, explain to me how a basketball does not have air in it.
They are 3D printed.
Okay.
You've seriously never seen these? Okay, so I think like Wilson has one. So they're like 3D printed basketballs that bounce like a real basketball. The initial run maybe was only like a couple hundred at first because, again, these are 3D printed basketballs, and they have it's almost like a wiffle ball. I'm going to say that, and you'll be like, this doesn't exist. It's impossible. But it's an airless basketball. It's 3D printed. It supposedly bounces like a real ball and, will last forever or whatever. And I'm fascinated by those. They're a couple grand, I think. So I have not yet purchased one yet. See, I feel like Jared Bednar. We're not having a parade yet. I haven't purchased one of those basketballs yet, but I am fascinated by it. I watched an unboxing of one on YouTube because I'm fascinated with YouTube, of a dude that was, I don't know, a YouTuber that was able to get one of these basketballs from Wilson, I believe.
Yeah.
and kind of show it, kind of test it a little bit. And I think it's cool. I would like one of those airless basketballs. And if I ever get one, I'll bring one in so we can maybe shoot some hoop out there.
Yeah, I'm still just having trouble wrapping my mind around it, but those 3D printers are so incredible.
Yeah.
They can do stuff that, you don't expect them to be able to do. So, yeah, I would love to see that one day. All right, how about, speaking of basketball, Nuggets and Grizzlies tonight? The Nuggets are 23-point favorites, which is an astounding number.
When you said that number earlier, I was like, that's what? That exists?
Yeah, for an NBA game, a 23-point favorite, it's utterly ridiculous. It's crazy. Memphis is just limping to the finish line. They only are going to have 8 dudes healthy tonight, which is the minimum that they're allowed to have to dress for an NBA game. Ja Morant will not be one of them. Watch out, shotguns. You never know if Ja came on the team playing here to Denver. But it can't just be a go-through-the-motions type game. Nikola's got to grind for 40 minutes to pull this out. Jamal's got to play 38 minutes. No, man, I want to tune into this game in the fourth quarter and see me some, Jalen Pickett and Zeke Naji. I want to see the very end of the bench. And honestly, you now control your own destiny for the 3 seed.
Right.
Lakers have lost 3 in a row. We know Luka is out. We know Austin Reeves is out. They're going over to Europe together to get some treatment. LeBron James didn't play against the Thunder last night. The Lakers are spiraling even just a week ago. Because you lost that game in L.A., it felt like you couldn't catch them. All of a sudden, you control your own destiny for the 3 seed. Remember a handful of years ago when they lost to the Spurs, a bad Spurs team, and that cost them dearly in the seedings, and then they couldn't defend their title. I don't want to be looking back going, the Nuggets screwed up and fell to a worthless Grizzlies team when they were 23-point favorites, and that's why they had to play Oklahoma City in round 2. You now have a gift. You can avoid the Thunder till the Western Conference Finals, seize that gift, win your last 3 games, and make sure that you're the number 3 seed in the NBA playoffs.
That's what I would like to see tonight. By the way, I pulled up an airless basketball at Walmart, and there you go. Check that thing out. By the way,
that's wild looking.
I must have been looking at like the initial run of them. But
this is 129.
Yeah. Guess what I'm going to go buy?
An airless basketball.
I'm going to go get me an airless basketball like that, and I'm going to watch the Nuggets win easy. Should I get orange or black?
Orange. Looks more like a basketball. Yeah.
Okay, I might get both because I like playing street ball, and the orange one to get dirty playing street ball. So, yeah, airless basketball for me. And Nuggets win, convincing win. I think the optics do matter a bit. A W is a W is a W. But I also, because this team has been wrought with injury, I mean, just every time you turn around, somebody's banged up. I don't need any sort of like, hey, they had to pull out in the fourth quarter, and unfortunately, Timmy Hardaway got banged up. I don't need any sort of story like that. Like, they had to pull the sword from the stone against a terrible team, and then now somebody's banged up. I don't need any of that. I need a convincing win. I need an easy night, honestly. I'm calling for it. I'll be selfish. You know what I want? I want to, they won big. I know what to say tomorrow. Done. I'm going to play PUBG for 4 hours.
There should be no drama. When you and Dover are in here tomorrow, there should not be a pull your hair out type moment or, they had to go to overtime again. I mean, the Grizzlies literally have no interest in winning this basketball game.
Right.
I'm sure the guys don't even want to be in Denver. But they had to get on a plane. They have to come here. They got to show up. They got to play. Just put them out of their misery early and make it a blowout. I think we'd all be happy with that.
Take care of business.
All right, on the Avs side of things, they officially earn the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. They win the Central Division with their 3-1 win over the Blues last night. That President's Trophy is coming. Just 2 more points, and they will earn it for the best record in the NHL. That's what they have to do to officially top the Hurricanes out east. Look, man, I thought it was important that the Avs wrapped it up because they didn't get an Olympic break.
Mm-hmm.
All your best players went to Italy and played grinding 2.5 weeks of hockey. I mean, it was literally Game 7 level hockey.
Yeah.
I think Jared Bednar should treat the next 5 games for the Avs as an Olympic break. If you're Nathan McKinnon, you can play in as many as you want. Now, I may save you from yourself a little bit and say you got to sit out at least 2. If you're Gabriel Landeskog, you got to sit out 2 or 3. But if you're Nazem Kadri, who's now got a finger situation, if you're Cale Makar, who's missed the last handful of games, if you're Scott Wedgwood, who slammed into the post last night, at this point, I feel like I don't need to see you till round 1, game 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're the Avs, you earned this break. And for me, and I'm glad you didn't give me any pushback today because I'm the hard path guy, right? I want the hardest path. I also don't want to be ridiculous. When you earn something like this, you can take a break. When you earn something like this, Nathan McKinnon doesn't have to play 30 minutes or whatever. Like, you can go out there, skate 12 minutes, give me a number, I'll agree with it. And, like, you can just kind of take it easy and coast because you earned this right to coast by locking up your conference, by probably getting the President's Trophy here in today or whatever. But, like,
tomorrow night. They'll get it against the Flames tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. So make sure you get that done. And now rest as much as possible because it is a grind. Unlike any other sport, the NHL playoffs must grind it out. You have to be ready for the long game in the NHL postseason. And honestly, you just got to get to the first round as soon as possible. And then be ready, get more rest because you are going to have a challenge unlike any other. You're going to have the challenge of likely Dallas in your way in the second round, and that will be the determining factor. In fact, you could say in that second round, that's your Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah, it feels like that could be for the Cup. I mean, look what happened in 22. They finally got out of the second round. They did it in dramatic fashion against the Blues, that Darren Helm famous goal in Game 6, and then they swept the Oilers, and even Tampa Bay. It went 6 games, but it just felt like they were going to win the Cup.
Yeah.
The whole series, obviously, people were disappointed when they blew Game 5 at home, but yeah, I think if you get past Dallas in round 2, you're having a parade, man. Because there's no one in the Pacific Division. I mean, you look at Vegas and Anaheim and Edmonton. Like, if you get past Dallas, you're going to win the Western Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you get to the Stanley Cup Final, yeah, you could see a Tampa, Carolina, maybe a Buffalo. They're a fun, trendy story. But at that point, man, monkey off your back. And you know what the franchise record is in Stanley Cup Final? They're 3-0. They've never lost one. All 3 times they've gotten there, 96, 01, and 22, they've hoisted the cup. You mentioned Dallas, though. Is there a shot you play Minnesota in round 2? Because I feel like everyone says Avs, Dallas, inevitable. I've said it myself.
Right.
But are we sleeping on how good the Wild are, that maybe they could do you a massive favor and take down Dallas now that after last night, that matchup is officially locked in, it's officially happening?
Yeah, and I said this earlier when it came to San Antonio and the Nuggets of like, hey, would OKC exhale a little bit because we get to play the Nuggets? I do not, and I don't think they will. One, Jared Bednar. I mean, Jared, they love you guys. Like, we love Jared Bednar. He's going to have his team ready. You're not going to see a situation where, we didn't get Dallas. And you drop your gloves and Minnesota kicks your ass. That's not going to happen. So I do not, and that was a question for my OKC opinion of like, hey, would they kind of like to play the Nuggets more so than San Antonio because they can't beat the Spurs? That's a conversation. That's interesting to me. On this side of things, I don't think that the Avs would drop their gloves, look any sort of differently. If it was Minnesota or Dallas, it's whoever. Come to Ball Arena, get your ass kicked. Next.
I love it. It's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Drive sliding in here soon. Here's the thing.
Drive's too busy watching the Rockies.
Yes. Your red hot Colorado Rockies.
Oh.
Here's the thing, though. Just a quick thought on that. You say Dallas, Minnesota, whatever. Just drop the gloves, take care of business.
Yep.
I think if it's Minnesota in round 2, I do think the Avs could win that series in 5, maybe 6.
Okay. Minnesota's always, they're like a thorn in your side.
They are
the Wild.
But I just feel like they would take care of them. Whereas if it's Dallas, I feel like it's going 7 regardless.
Yeah.
And that scares the you-know-what out of me because then your season is on the line in 60 minutes, and the Avalanche don't have a good track record in Game 7s. Not with this core. We all remember Ray Bourque in 01. That was a great Game 7. He beat the New Jersey Devils. Ray got to hoist the cup. But, dude, with McKinnon and Landeskog and Makar, this current core, they don't really win Game 7s. And that's what scares me about if it's Dallas and it goes to Game 7, your season's on the line, 60 minutes, anything can happen. But if it is Minnesota, you can maybe beat them in 5 or 6. So I will unapologetically be cheering for the Minnesota Wild in round 1. I don't care as an Avs fan.
Okay.
If I don't get to play Dallas, I will take the favor all day, every day. It's a weird thing to say, but go Wild.
Yeah, and I can't root for either team because I hate them both. So if you got hate in your heart, let it out. That's what Dave Chappelle said. And I will say this. I look at it and I go, okay, how did Minnesota beat Dallas? If Minnesota beat Dallas, they might be worn out.
Could go 7.
I'm just praying to go 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Triple
It goes
overtime
7,
in Game 7.
And then the Avs could gentlemen sweep the Wild if that's the case, but don't take anything for granted and just beat whoever's on the docket.
All right, with Zach and Phil sliding in here, fellas, we'll toss it to you guys. Now that the Avs officially have locked in the 1 seed and the Central Division title, the other element to that is Minnesota and Dallas do have to play each other. And we rail on Gary Bettman's format all the time. It's actually doing the Avs a favor here.
This time around.
Because you're going to let one of the two big dogs go in round 1. How tuned into that series will you guys be? And will you have a strong rooting interest one way or another?
I mean, well, I will. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to watch every game because I won't. But I'll be following it blow for blow, probably period by period, even if it's on my phone, background of the TV, if the Rockies aren't on or what have you, whatever the circumstance is that night. But yes, I mean, you should be following along that series. Now, in terms of, I get that this is where it's like I'm not going to tell a fan how to be a fan because I know, remember Cecil during the playoff run for the Broncos, you wanted the hardest path. You wanted to pick up that option.
It'll be better because of it.
And it would be better for the Avs, big picture story, to beat the Stars on their way to a Stanley Cup.
Right.
They have been dealing with this demon for decades.
And you could say you slayed the dragon and you went on. For example, nobody will remember this, but when the Pittsburgh Steelers won 2 Super Bowls, they never went through the New England Patriots. They never went through Tom Brady. It just happened to be that way. They never won. It was because of the Broncos beating the Patriots, but it's like you never experienced Steelers Patriots. So even with their Super Bowl wins, you could say, yeah, but you didn't go through New England because of circumstance. So with the Stars, it'd be like, yeah, the Avs won, but they didn't have to go through the Stars. Okay, we'll go through the Stars then.
So again, I think it'd be better for the story. That being said, I want to see Dallas lose. I am just like, it's not even secondary for me to beat Dallas. It's way beyond that. The only thing on my mind is the Stanley Cup and having a parade.
Yeah.
And if I think the better matchup is Minnesota, then I want to see Minnesota. That's how I see it.
No, I mean, I want Minnesota. I'm cheering for Minnesota because Dallas has been a thorn in our backside for forever. And, of course, we're going to probably have to play them. Yes, I want the Wild to win, but Dallas, just like the Avs, they have one goal, and that's to try to win a championship. And they got the guys to do it, and they have the goalie to do it. I thought it was very strategic, and a little study right there, strategic of the Dallas Stars to pull their goalie, Ottinger, the last game, go with a different goalie going into that game because what did Nate Dogg say going into that game against the Stars? He said, we have to find a way to get to Ottinger. Well, so the Dallas Stars said, hey, look, buddy, the only way you're going to find a way to get to Ottinger is when you play us in the playoffs because we're not going to give you that fourth opportunity to play against Ottinger. If you see us in the playoffs, that's when you're going to have to figure things out. So I thought that was smart on Dallas. But overall, I do want the Wild to beat up on Dallas. Even if Dallas wins, go to a Game 7. Make it hard for them to get past that first round. Bang them up a little bit more because for the Avs, we should be able to handle business in round 1.
Yeah, it's just pretty crazy that it's locked in now. 2 of the top 5 teams in the NHL have to play each other round 1. Again, we've been on the wrong side of that as Avs fans many a times.
Yep.
This year, we're probably finally on the right side of it. And I like your thought, too. Just play forever. Just play 7 games. Again, double, triple overtime. That's great if you're an Avs fan because realistically, the Avalanche at the maximum should play 5 games in round 1.
Totally. Yeah. And that's the way I see it as well. And I know you guys know this too, but it deserves to be mentioned within this conversation. No Pete DeBoer.
Nope.
No Pete DeBoer. And that dude has been a Chucky doll that is impossible to kill. And he's done it in, is it 3 different scenarios? Yeah. I think
4 different times, 3 different cities.
Yeah, 3 different teams. Like, you can't make that up.
Jared Bednar has lost to Pete DeBoer when he was the head coach of the Sharks, the head coach of the Knights, and a couple times as the head coach of the Stars.
Correct. So, like, removing that from the equation, and then he just gets a job last week, and 2 weeks left in the season, he's now the Islanders coach. But not worried about that. But so just removing that, amputating that from the scenario makes me feel better that if it is Dallas, there's no voodoo going on with Pete DeBoer. Because Pete DeBoer, he just owns the Avs. I don't know how else to say it. If he doesn't own the Avs, then it's impossible to own an NHL team. So just, again, removing him from the scenario, I feel better about it. There is a part of me that is on the Cecil track of like, I want this. I want to beat Dallas. But that being said, it's just like, you mentioned the Steelers not beating the Patriots. I didn't even realize that till right now. I didn't even realize it. I didn't put it together. I guess if you pressed me on it, I could have gone in the recesses of my brain. The only thing I remember is the Steelers went and won the Super Bowl. They had a parade.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I see
think
it here.
Fans will remember, and there'd be nothing sweeter than taking down Dallas. Nothing sweeter. Winning it all, Stanley Cup, of course, but like on the way to be able to take out Miko, that would be awesome.
Well, I'll tell you this. I want Dallas out of there, and I want the Thunder out of there. I do not care. Just get those two out of here, out of my eyes, out of my sight, so that we can win championships for both the Nuggets and that.
Yeah, the problem is no one's going to take care of the Thunder. The Nuggets are going to have to take care of the Thunder.
You're right.
Yeah.
Them are the Spurs.
Them are the Spurs. And there was a stretch earlier in the year where the Spurs beat the Thunder 3 times in 12 days.
I remember that.
There's something to be said for that. So,
but that would be a Western Conference final, and therefore the Nuggets would have already been eliminated.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all shakes out. Nuggets have to win this game tonight. Have to. And to think that it's a birthright to beat Memphis is naive, because the other night when Portland made what'd they make 23 threes?
24. 25. Was it 25?
Set a franchise record.
$1 million.
25.
Was it 25?
I thought it was Price is Right.
I thought it was 24.
It was 25.
Was it 25?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a steak dinner on it.
It's 20, nobody's giving you a steak dinner, Will. It's 25.
So Portland's not very good, right? But they made 25 threes, and the game goes into overtime. I mistakenly said on the air that was an NBA high. It was. You know who just made more threes in a game and set the record for the most threes ever made in an NBA game? Ever. Memphis.
Wow.
Memphis.
So with this group of guys, these anonymous group of NBA players.
Will, on Sunday, try to comprehend this. On Sunday, the Memphis Grizzlies played in a basketball game where the 5 players on the floor, one was a two-way guy. There was a sequence within the game where this combination of guys were on the floor. One was a two-way guy, right? So he gets to push and pull back and forth between the NBA team and the G League team. And the 4 other players were on 10-day contracts.
Damn.
It's never happened before. That has never been on an NBA floor. But here's the thing. When you play against guys like that, they play as hard as they freaking can.
Mm-hmm.
And so I say that phrase, hard work beats talent. When talent doesn't work hard, the Nuggets have to have the right approach tonight if they want to win the most games that they've won in over 13 years in a row.
Come on now, Z. Like this is one of these games, though. If they're halfway sober, they should be able to roll out of bed and win. If Jokic goes in there with the mindset, not the mindset that he had against the Jazz, where I'm going to pass up everything and I'm never going to look at the rim. But it's like, establish yourself fast. Make this easy. Don't play with your food. All right, don't be that lion. Go and hunt for that kill. Go and hunt for what you want. And then by the fourth quarter, be done. Go sit there, have a laugh for a man.